rig, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices.
Yes, sir. You may proceed.
If you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen.
My name's Heath Smiley.
And Heath, we've met before today, that's right?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would though, these ladies and gentlemen don't know you, so if you would just kind of tell them a little bit about how old you are.
39 years old. I'm a physical therapy assistant, and I've been Carly's stepdad for, it was almost, I guess, 3.5 years.
Tell me, excuse me, Heath, prior to March 19, 2024, who were you married to?
Ashley Smiley.
And when did you and Ashley Smiley meet?
It was the spring of 2019.
And at some point, did you and Ashley Smiley end up marrying each other?
We did in June of 2020.
Where'd y'all get married?
We actually went up to Gatlinburg when things opened back up after COVID.
Y'all like to take trips, be outside?
We did.
How old was Ashley Smiley when she passed?
She was 40.
And where did Ashley work?
She was at Northwest Rankin High School.
Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen kind of what Ashley looked like?
She was very small, about 5'1", 5'2", blonde hair, blue eyes, super nice, real smart.
May I approach the witness room? I'd ask you to look at that. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a picture that we took. Guess we were up in the Smokies somewhere. I'm not sure which one that one's from. Might have been last fall. I don't know.
And it's a photograph?
Mm-hmm.
And who's in that picture?
That's myself and my wife, Ashley.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be marked as the State Connects exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted as 7 all purposes.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Heath, I know that it's tough. I can't imagine what you're going through. But can you tell us, is the picture of Ashley that is in front of you, is that similar to the way she looked the last time you saw her alive?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about, you told us that, a little bit about Ashley's personality. I don't think there'll be any dispute that she loved being a school teacher, right? Loved her kids at school.
Yes.
Tell me about how much did Ashley love Carly?
They loved each other so much. She just, everything she did, she planned out for Carly and around Carly.
Before you and Ashley met, was she previously married?
She had been, yes, ma'am.
And who was she married to?
Kevin, Gregg.
And did Kevin and Ashley have any other children besides Carly?
She had a second child that passed several months or a year or so later from a genetic abnormality.
And her name was Natalie Gregg?
Yes.
And she had passed before you met Ashley, is that right?
Yes, years before.
What did you know about the relationship between Ashley and her ex-husband, Kevin Gregg?
Only some things that Ashley had told me here and there. things didn't go well and they ended up getting divorced.
And he, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have seen some body cam footage of the day that your wife was murdered and you were shot. And on that, you mentioned that y'all were having some trouble with Kevin Gregg. Can you explain to us what was going on around that time?
I think he just liked trying to give Ashley trouble as much as he could through the legal system, any chance he could. I don't know exactly what all was going on, but she had acquired someone to try to get him back into court about possibly changing up visitation stuff again.
Had Carly ever told you anything about Kevin Gregg using drugs?
Yes.
So he was a known drug user?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you, Heath, about, you told us about how much Ashley loved Carly and that Carly was basically her life. Tell us about yours and Carly's relationship before March 19, 2024.
We were always good. We laughed and played and messed around, loved video games, and took her to karate stuff until she kind of got tired of that, and she started going to guitar practice weekly, so I was taking her to that every week. We got along great.
You liked being a stepdad?
Yes.
Sometimes with children comes discipline, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say, or how would you describe the type of parent that Ashley was to Carly?
She was, like I said, always thinking about Carly and just Carly's first no matter what. She would do anything in the world for her and would try to get the best for her every day.
Were there times that you and Ashley would have to punish Carly?
Of course.
Give us some examples of that, Heath.
She had troubles growing up with back and forth with the stepdad and everything, so she would always wanting to try to make friends at the house and around home. And Ashley was always trying to, keep an eye on her, make sure she was okay and knew where she was. And Ashley had to fuss at her a time or two about, I know you can't go here, you can't go there, it's too late, that kind of thing. But she never really, day to day, got in trouble, really.
I want to ask you, was there a time that a boy named Thad came over to y'all's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen what you recall about that day?
We were all sitting at the house and there was a knock at the door, and Ashley checked the doorbell camera and we didn't know who it was. Carly had talked to us about that and we knew who it was, we just didn't have a face to the name. And Carly saw who it was and didn't want to see him, so I went to the door and just said, I'm sorry, I told him he must have the wrong house, and came back in and shut the door.
Where were Ashley and Carly when you were at the front door with Thad?
They went around, I guess, into the hallway or maybe one of the bedrooms, I'm not sure.
At any point, did it appear that Ashley was physically holding Carly back from going to the front door?
No.
At any time after you told told Thad that Carly didn't live there, did Carly act like she was upset with you?
No.
Did she act like she was upset with Ashley?
No.
Do you think that she would have been mad enough to have said, like, she almost murdered y'all because you wouldn't let Thad come in the house?
That's not the feeling I got from it at all.
I want to talk to you about back in 2021. Carly would have been in middle school, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Were they living in the house with you?
Yes,
Carly
ma'am.
and Ashley? Carly was in the 7th grade, I think, then?
Sounds right, yes.
Was there an incident where Carly got in trouble for bringing a knife to school?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about what you know about that.
All I know is we had ordered some stuff off Amazon, and since she loved doing all the arts and crafts and stuff in her room all the time, making stuff, I showed her a Swiss Army knife I had found on Amazon like I had when I was young, and she decided on a color of one she wanted, and I ordered it for her, and she used it all the time in her room. And then all of a sudden one day we found out she had it at school in her pocket and somehow got in trouble with it, and I don't know what happened, but they said they couldn't tell us much more at the school about it, and that's about all I know on it.
Yeah. So the knife was in Carly's pocket, not in her book bag. Is that right?
I was understanding it was in her pocket from that morning when she was using it, but
And then you didn't actually go to the school for any type of hearing in regards to that, right?
no.
That would have been something that Ashley handled.
If she went up there for that, I don't remember it. No, she might have. I don't know.
What did Carly tell you, or how many days did Carly tell y'all that she had actually brought the knife to school?
I thought it was just that day.
What was the result of her bringing the knife to school?
They have a zero tolerance policy on that and sent her to an alternative school until I think it was that Christmas break and let her come back.
So she had to spend time at the alternative school as a discipline.
Yes.
What, if anything, Heath, do you know about another time that Carly got in trouble at school for cheating?
That was, I can't remember if it was this past spring semester or when it was. Everything is kind of run together on exactly when. But at some point, she has always complained to us that kids constantly bug her for help with schoolwork because she can do all of it so easily and she can explain it to them better than most teachers. And she got so tired of them coming to her for stuff. Somebody just dared her or something. I'm not sure what. And apparently the teacher had a book or a computer or something open, and she took a picture with her phone of whatever was open up there.
Was it like the answers to a test or something like that?
Something like that. I'm not sure exactly what now, but yes.
And then she shared those answers with other kids?
I assume so, yes, ma'am.
This is at the same school that Ashley taught at?
Yes.
How, from your observations, how did Ashley respond when that happened?
She was just upset that she had done that, and she, talked to her about, can't be cheating, can't be letting others talk you into things. Just going with the flow of kids is not a good idea usually. So.
Heath, were there other, we talked about Thad, was there another boy that Carly was in some sort of dating relationship with that y'all knew about?
She had been dating Anthony. Honestly, forgot his last name right now.
That's okay, but you and Ashley knew about him.
Yes, ma'am.
Had he been to y'all's house before?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any time that you or Ashley told Carly, hey, you need to end this relationship with him?
I didn't get into a lot of that. Ashley had talked with Carly about him and, you know, some of the things that was going on, and they had supposedly ended it.
I believe you told, do you recall telling law enforcement that there were times that you and Ashley both would go through Carly's phone?
Yes, we tried to keep an eye on her.
Was there ever a time that you or Ashley took Carly's phone away from her?
So Ashley had the parental controls on her phone, and we got to where we weren't going to let her take it into her room when it was bedtime. We had to keep it like on the kitchen counter, or we'd keep it in our bedroom sometimes. But she had her phone most of the time, so she could be able to call or text us if needed. She might have not let her take it to school some days. I can't remember exactly, but most of the time when she was out and about, she had the phone, even if Ashley locked down some parental controls for a little while.
Why was it that y'all didn't want Carly to have the phone in her room at night?
She was worried that she would stay on it and messing with it and not sleep.
Was there ever a time after y'all thought that Carly had broken up with her boyfriend that y'all learned that in fact she had not broken up with him?
So Ashley worked at the school, and she told me she had still seen them, you know, in the hall together, walking up and down the hall and things. And she talked to me about it and was like, she was okay with it and everything, as long as, you know, it was okay and nothing harmful was coming of it for Carly.
Heath, do you recall a time that you and Ashley discovered that Carly had an iPod that she was using to communicate with people?
Yes, that was another thing that her dad had talked her into doing to get around communication. He was, I think, kind of paranoid about everything, and that Ashley might have been controlling Carly's communication with him, even though she always left those communication channels open, even when she locked down the phone.
Did it appear to y'all that she was in fact talking to her dad on the iPod?
I don't think so.
Who was she communicating with?
I'm not sure if she was communicating with kids so much as she was on like TikTok and some of that kind of stuff.
And y'all had asked her not to be on those accounts?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was, Heath, around what time of year?
I don't remember that.
Was there ever a time that you and Ashley learned that Carly had been cutting her thighs with a knife?
Yes, and I was trying to think of a time frame on that, but it was, I don't know when, several months back, maybe a year.
And Heath, do you know anything about Carly taking any sleeping pills?
Nothing other than she used to sleep like a rock, and Ashley always had sleeping trouble, and she would take a melatonin at night, and there was a week or so she had a bad cold, and she was taking some NyQuil. I think she said that helped out some too. So
Around the time that y'all found the iPod and Carly was cutting her thighs, is that about the same time that Ashley took her for therapy for anxiety and stress?
Within, I don't know, I think that was maybe a couple months maybe before, it seems like.
Is that your understanding, though? That's what you told law enforcement of why Carly was in therapy, was anxiety and stress?
Yes, ma'am, it was something like that. I think she was kind of depressed some days.
And I think you told them that there were times that you would go maybe to the therapist's office with her, but you weren't actually sitting in any of those appointments, were you?
No, ma'am. I went up there with them a couple of times, but it was kind of a little waiting room outside.
And you don't have any personal knowledge about any medication that was prescribed, do you?
Not until after this. I knew she'd been on one, and they changed her up to something else.
you don't have any knowledge on whether or not Carly was actually taking that medicine, do you?
She had been taking one a day, I think, until they wanted to swap her up to a different one. So I'm not sure on the time frames on that. I'm sure it's in the record somewhere.
Yeah, and I've been prescribed medicine before, and sometimes I take it, sometimes I don't. Did you actually physically see Carly taking her medication?
Ashley would have her go get it and make sure she was taking the whatever it was, one a day or whatever. She kept an eye on that.
Do you know if on March the 19th, 2024, did you see Carly take any medicine?
The 19th?
Yeah, March the 19th of 2024.
No, ma'am, not that afternoon.
The morning.
Oh, no, I don't know about that morning. She usually would take it in the evening when she ate,
Okay.
I think.
Sorry, that was a bad question. So Carly would actually
Yeah.
take her medicine in the afternoon.
I think so.
Okay. When's the last time that you saw your wife alive, Heath?
That was the morning of the 19th.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen kind of how that morning went?
Everything seemed just as normal as ever. She got up and went to work just like always. She would fix tea or something in the morning and get in the car and take off. Nothing seemed unusual at all.
Did you also see Carly that morning?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what, if anything, you noticed about Carly that morning?
Didn't notice anything different.
How would Ashley get to work every morning?
She'd drive her and Carly down to the school.
And then how would they both ride back together from school to the house?
Yes.
Did they usually leave, or on March the 19th, did they leave before you or after you that morning?
Usually a couple minutes before.
What about, not on the 19th, but on a regular day, would they get home before or after you got home from work?
They were always home before me unless something happened at my work and I was able to get out a minute early, which is very rare.
What time would they usually get home from school?
I'm not sure on that. I don't know, I guess school was out maybe 3:15, I don't know. And it's whatever traffic allows, 15 minutes or something up the road maybe.
Typically, what time do you get home from work?
It varies. Usually I get out of work about 4:30 and sometimes I hit that evening traffic and it's 20 minutes or so before I make it 3 or 4 miles to the house.
And where is your house?
Right off of Old Fannin out in Farmington Station.
That's here in Rankin County?
Yes, ma'am, out towards the reservoir.
And the distance from where you work to where you live is probably only about 5 miles, right?
Yeah, it's not far. It's just morning and evening traffic takes a little while.
Do you know if Ashley and Carly were at school all day on March the 19th?
As far as I know.
I want to ask you, Heath, were there times that you and Ashley would text each other on your cell phone?
Yes.
Do you recall talking to Ashley on March the 19th?
I don't recall other than that evening I got a text saying she was going to go to the grocery store.
Permission to approach the intern. Keep that handed back to you. If you don't mind, if you'll look through those messages, please. Do those, and admittedly, these are not all of the messages between you and Ashley Smiley forever, are they?
Right.
Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of the messages starting at 4:30 that day when she's talking to you about going to Kroger?
It seems to be.
And are we to ask that these messages be marked as the state's next exhibit?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted as say.
It starts at, I think it says 3:20.
And thank you, Heath, you corrected me.
Back.
Yeah, I apologize, Heath, you're right. The first message I was looking at was actually from the day before, I'm sorry, on 3/18. So on the bottom of that page, your page 2 of that exhibit, what does Ashley say to you? She says, I need to go to Kroger, thinking about going on the way home. Do you want anything?
Yes.
Did that appear to be a normal message that you and Ashley would have with each other?
Yes.
I think then you go on to tell her a couple things that you want. If you'll read for the ladies and gentlemen, kind of just a grocery list, right?
Yeah, just Mountain Dew, some soft serve ice cream, a couple of kinds of bread that I eat, and some random chips, just some junk food stuff.
And again, typical message between you and Ashley.
Yes.
And then at some point, does she respond back to you?
Yes, she replied back later, says gonna go later.
Still sounds like something Ashley would text to you.
Yes.
Tell us about what that next message is that you got from Ashley's phone, Heath.
Said, you almost home, honey.
Does that sound like something Ashley would typically say to you?
Not typically, but it wouldn't have been totally out of the realm. I think she would have phrased it slightly different, but I don't know.
What time was that text message sent to you?
That says 4:14.
Do you recall telling law enforcement that you thought that Carly actually sent you that text instead of Ashley?
I was wondering about that one at the time. Yes.
And then what did you respond to that message?
Said, no, I'll be here for a little bit yet, meaning at work.
And then you can't see it on this, but I think maybe Carly or whoever had her Ashley's phone sent you a thumbs up.
Sounds correct. Yes, it's not on there.
So, Heath, let me ask you, what made you think that that was Carly that sent that message and not Ashley?
I don't know, just something with the phrasing of it maybe. I'm not sure.
I want to walk you through, prior to March the 19th, 2024, did y'all have any type of surveillance cameras at your house?
Yes, we had a couple things around. The Ring doorbell, well, I'm sorry, it's not a Ring, it was a Wise brand doorbell. Ashley had gotten to see if packages and stuff were being delivered during the day.
Were there other cameras either in the garage or inside the home?
Yes. 1 second.
Take your time.
We had one camera in the kitchen that I had actually gotten years before. I was going to actually put it at my mom's house so she could see what her dog was doing when she went outside and all. But the internet out there in the country is so slow it wouldn't run. So I had set it up at my house, I guess, well before I had even met Ashley. And it had just been sitting around, you know.
And that was a Wise brand camera also?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if that camera had any kind of like a SD card in it?
Ashley had put an SD card in it at some point, yes.
And I'm not super techie, but an SD card is just kind of something like you put in a regular camera to hold pictures or hold videos, is that right?
Yes.
Was there any way to tell what time a video popped up from that camera?
That camera was older and had some issues working with the newer software. I'm not sure on that. Ashley had been trying to work with it some, but
Could you, I know I have a security system at my house, and there are times that mine's motion activated and that it'll ding on my phone and I can watch kind of who's outside my house. Did you have that ability?
no.
What about on the inside camera?
Well, the doorbell camera would ding if somebody walked up, like UPS dropping a package off or something, but the inside camera, she never could make it do anything like that. If it had that capability, it wasn't on or working.
So you weren't able to actually watch the inside from an app or anything like that?
I think you could pull up like a live stream on it, but it wasn't like dinging your phone every time the dogs moved in the house or anything like that.
Which is probably a good thing, right?
Right.
So I want to ask Keith, have you ever viewed the footage from the inside cameras from March the 19th of 2024 at your house?
No.
You said that there was also a camera in the garage area.
Yes. Ashley had set that one up maybe a week or something before.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen kind of how that camera was activated?
So she actually got that not to use as a camera. She wanted to be able to remotely open and close the garage door and make sure she had remembered to put it down when she left and that kind of thing. And Wise had a camera that you set in your garage that would watch the door, and it knew, to open or close it when you wanted to, and you had a camera as well. So she mounted it on the garage door opener itself.
And that camera, did it also record video and audio?
Yes.
The way that those clips work, how long is each clip on one of those videos?
I would have to go back and look at the time on that. I'm not certain.
Do you have any reason to disagree with the fact that it's like a minute clip at a time?
Perhaps.
Is there any way, other than deleting videos on those computer systems, are you aware of any way that somebody could go in and physically edit a video from that?
Not that I know of.
And Heath, at some point, and I want to talk a little bit about it later, but at some point, did you actually watch some video from the garage camera from March the 19th?
Yes, the Rankin County officers had been all out in the garage looking through stuff, and I just assumed that they had gotten the other in the cord and everything, and a couple days after, I guess it was the 21st, somewhere in there, I realized that the cord was still in, the SD card was still in the camera in the garage, and I was kind of looking at some of the footage that it might have caught.
Can you tell me, I believe there were 4 videos that may be relevant to March of 19.
That sounds right, yes ma'am.
2 videos of Ashley and Carly coming home, is that right?
I think so.
And then the video camera captures you pulling into the driveway and walking into the home.
Yes.
And then you've seen the last video, and you can't see the shooting, but you can actually hear when you walk into the house,
yes,
the first gunshot.
Yes, the newer cameras had the ability to start recording when they heard a noise, or I think I've even read where some of them are smart enough to hear the sound of if somebody breaks through a window or something like that, they'll start recording for home security reasons.
So you've actually listened back and watched that particular video.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about, tell the ladies and gentlemen, Heath, and I know it's probably difficult, you can take as much time as you need. Tell the ladies and gentlemen exactly what you remember about when you came home on March the 19th, 2024.
Everything seemed pretty normal, and I came on in, and when I opened the door to the kitchen there, gun went off in my face before the door was, I don't know, 3 or 4 inches wide open, and everything kind of went pretty fast from there. It was a blur. So.
I want to take you back just a step. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, saw a bit of a video from inside your house, but just so we're clear, when you say you were coming into the kitchen, I believe you pull into the garage and there's a door that leads from the garage into the home.
Yes.
And then there's a little laundry room area.
Yes.
And then there's another door kind of beside your refrigerator that leads from the laundry room into the kitchen area.
Yes.
Were you coming in the first door or the second door when the gun went off?
The second door from the laundry room to the kitchen.
And do you remember, is there anything you do every day when you come in the house?
Usually stop and take my shoes off there and come on in and change clothes.
Do you remember if you took your shoes off on March the 19th?
I think I did, yeah.
Was it unusual for that second door to be closed in your house?
Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. We would shut that door a lot of times, trying to keep the sound of the washer and dryer down, or trying to keep one of the dogs out of the garbage can that we had in there.
I have to do something similar. Y'all have 2 large dogs, right?
2 golden retrievers.
And so on that day, the second door was what was closed.
Yes.
I believe you said that you didn't get it open probably 3 or 5 inches before it went off. What did you remember seeing, Heath?
Just gun flash in my face, and then it went off 2 more times, but my hand was on the gun after the first shot, and I twisted it from her.
Who was pointing that gun at you?
It was Carly.
Who pulled the trigger when you opened the door?
The first one I know was Carly. After that, my hand was on the gun too, and I know I had a scratch on my thumb and all. I very well could have hit it, I know, that 3rd time.
How close, Heath, was that gun to your face when that went off?
Maybe a foot.
Did you ever get struck by a bullet?
Yes, one of them kind of grazed right through this muscle up here.
Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, what did that feel like?
I know this sounds weird, but I honestly have never felt it to this day.
When the gun went off in your face, tell, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, was your body in a state of shock?
Not at that moment. I was trying to figure out what was going on.
Did you see anybody inside your home other than Carly?
No.
Walk us through, you said that you were able to at some point get the gun from her. Tell us, Heath, what is it that you remember after that?
She was screaming out of her mind, scared. It was like she had seen a demon or something. She was terrified. And my first thought was there was an intruder somewhere, and she thought she was after somebody else.
And to be clear, Carly never told you that she thought somebody else was in the house, right?
No, that's the feeling that I got. She was terrified out of her mind.
And at that time, you did not yet know that your wife was dead, right?
No, not at that time.
So Carly's scared. She's screaming when she shoots at you. How many shots went off from that gun?
At that time, there was 3.
What type of gun was it that you took from Carly?
It was my Taurus revolver.
And what type of what caliber of weapon is that?
So the gun is a 357 Magnum, but I think it had 38 special rounds in it. You can, if the gun's a 357, it can also shoot 38s. A little bit lighter recoil.
And what color was that gun?
It's just the gun matte silver.
Prior to taking it out of Carly's hand, where was the last time you saw that gun?
Ashley kept it on her side of the bed, so it had been there for probably a couple of years.
When you say on her side of the bed, was it on a nightstand or was it somewhere else?
I think she kept it. We had like little cubbies underneath the edge of the bed. The mattress is sitting up on. I think it was sitting up under there.
Between the mattress and the cubbies, like
Well, I
underneath
think
the
it was
mattress?
just. I think she just had it in a cubby under there.
Was the gun just loose or was it in some sort of holster the last time you saw it?
I do not recall that. It was a while back. It had been sitting for a long time.
Did you have other guns in the house on that day?
Yes, I had an old shotgun that I've had for years that's unloaded in the closet, and I had an AR that I had gotten. It was also unloaded in the closet.
Were there some other guns maybe in a safe too, somewhere?
There was a Glock in the safe.
Oh.
There was a BB gun probably in the house somewhere too. I don't know.
Do you know if Carly knew the location of any of those guns?
She probably knew about the two in the closet, but like I said, they were unloaded, and the last time I had tried to talk her into shooting, she was too little to even hold them up. They're heavy, big.
And you had several guns in your house. Did you and Ashley ever go shoot guns?
Yes, we did.
That was something y'all enjoyed doing together?
Yes.
When you took the gun out of Carly's hand, what did you do with the gun?
I was holding on to it, and like I said, I at that time thought there might be someone else in the house, like an intruder or something, so I immediately started checking the house and looking for Ashley.
Did you attempt to call Ashley also?
I did.
I want to take just a step back, Heath. You get the gun from Carly. You said that she was screaming. What did she do next?
She fell back into the kitchen island, just kind of straight back onto her butt, and was screaming, jumped up, ran out the back door, and I mean, I'm still pretty quick and agile, but I knew I couldn't catch her. She was moving so fast. She ran out the back and took off, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to catch her, so I turned around, stepped back in, and I locked the back door behind me.
Do you know why you locked the back door?
Because I was thinking there might be someone else out and about and around, in or out of the house, so I went through checking the house.
Do you remember telling anybody that you were in such shock that you didn't even try to shoot Carly back or anything like that?
No, it was very evident to me immediately that something was very, very off with Carly. The way she was screaming, the way she looked, she was moving so fast.
So, Heath, you said Carly is at this point, she's out of the house, she's run off. You never actually saw someone, other than Carly at the house, right?
No.
So you locked the back door, you're going through the house, you have this firearm still in your hand. At any point, did you open up the firearm?
I opened the cylinder on it to check to see how many had been used or was left in it, and closed it back up and started checking the house.
When you opened it back up, how many live rounds did it appear were left in the gun?
Just one.
And how many rounds does that .357 Magnum revolver hold?
It's a 7-shot.
So you knew that she'd fired, at that point you knew she'd fired 3 at or in your direction.
Yes.
You did not know what the other 3 had been used for?
Correct.
The last time you saw that gun, were all 7 rounds live?
As far as I know, I guess the last time it had been used was a couple years before, or sometime when Ashley had shot at some, and I assume she had reloaded it.
So Heath, you're walking through the house. You have this gun, afraid that maybe there's somebody else in the house. You said, I believe, that you tried to call Ashley.
Yes.
Did she answer?
No.
Did you find her phone?
Found her phone. It was on a counter in our living room.
Was there a second phone beside it?
Yes.
Did you recognize the other phone?
I didn't really stop to look.
So you realize that Ashley's phone is there. Walk us through what happened next, Heath.
I checked our bedroom, bathroom, closet, other side of the bed, under the desk in there, and turned and started looking, going towards the other end of the house, and I glanced in our spare little 3rd bedroom, and then turned and went into Carly's room, and that's where I found Ashley.
Heath, when you found Ashley, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen what you saw?
She was laying on her back and had her hands kind of across her, and a towel over her face.
Do you remember what color the towel was?
I do not.
Heath, when you saw her laying there, what's the very next thing that you did?
Checked her pulse, see, and kind of moved the towel, and then called 911.
And Heath, when you moved the towel, what did you see?
I knew she had been shot. There was blood around, but I don't really recall exactly where. Somewhere in the right side of her face there.
You said you called 911.
Yes.
What did you tell the 911 operator had happened?
I tried to immediately tell him I needed the police out, that my wife had been killed and I had been shot.
Do you remember telling them who had shot you?
I assume I said Carly on there, but I don't remember exact details.
Do you recall telling the 911 operator that, oh my God, she's killed her mother too?
I don't recall saying that, but it's very possible, I guess.
At that point, Heath, did you think that Carly was the one that had killed her mother?
I didn't know what was going on at that point. I kind of went into shock there.
At some point, and again, the ladies and gentlemen, Heath, have seen some of the body cam footage from that day, but at some point, someone from the sheriff's department does come to your house.
Yes.
Walk us through what you remember happening once he gets there.
I don't know much there other than I got out the front door and just laid down on the front porch.
And it's pretty safe to say that you were still in a state of shock.
Yes.
At some point, were you loaded up by the paramedics?
Yes.
And where did they take you?
took me to Baptist Hospital ER.
And what was the reason for taking you to Baptist Hospital?
They wanted to get me checked out and make sure everything was okay. They knew it wasn't real bad or anything, so they just trying to be cautious.
But you had in fact suffered a gunshot wound.
Yes, they got me down to the ER and they put a piece of gauze, taped some gauze on it, and sent me back home.
And it went through your kind of right, like trap muscle
Yes.
area. How far? I mean, not to pick on you, you don't look like a very large man. He's pretty average size. I mean, would you agree with me that where your trap muscle is and your head are about 6 inches apart?
I guess, yes.
So that shot was pretty close to your head.
It was close, yes.
The gunshot actually, thank goodness, went kind of through and through, right?
Yes.
So you didn't require any surgery to remove the projectiles.
No.
In fact, Heath, I think you were actually, excuse me, I think you were actually released to go home that evening.
Yes, like I said, they taped a piece of gauze on me, and I don't remember them doing a whole lot else.
And the night was probably pretty hectic as far as telling people what happened and what was going on. At any point, did you ever tell anyone that it was someone other than Carly Gregg that had shot you or Ashley?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
And to this day, you've not told anyone that you think that the person that shot you or shot Ashley was somebody other than Carly, have you?
No.
We talked a little bit about law enforcement being at the house that night. At some point, they kind of released the scene back over to you, right?
Yes, I think when I returned back from the ER, they had finished up and cleared out, and there was a guy had me sign a paper and went on back in.
Kind of saying the things that they'd taken from the home that night.
Yes, ma'am.
Heath, I mean, you go back home and they've taken some things out, but of course there's still, I mean, clear evidence that a murder had happened there, right?
Yes.
At some point, do you notify law enforcement about the garage camera?
Yes, on I think it was Friday morning, I was looking through that SD card to see if it had caught anything. And of course the cops were looking all around, everywhere in the garage for various things, and had apparently not seen the camera. And they found the 4 videos that you referenced, and I called and told them I had found something else and they'd come pick it up or whatever, and they had still at that time not returned my driver's license to me, so they decided to bring that out.
And at some point they did actually get those videos from you.
Yes.
And to be clear, there was some confusion about an Apple computer and copying
Yes,
versus cutting.
I had moved those 4 videos over to my computer and was just going to let them have the card with everything on it. And when I moved them over, it pulled them off the card onto the computer rather than like a copy and paste and making a copy onto mine. So the officers came back in and were talking to me about tampering with evidence and possible charges of messing with evidence, even though I called them out there to come get the card.
And to be clear, I don't think they ever told you they were going to charge you with tampering. They just explained that they didn't want it to look like somebody might have done that, correct?
No, he said we're trying to avoid having to charge you with tampering with evidence.
Okay. At that point, you're still pretty much in a state of shock, right?
Yes, there was 4 or 5 of them in my bedroom,
And in fact, if that was said to you, that would certainly not be indicative of what you would want to, how you would want to be treated, right?
I didn't know. I was just trying to be helpful at that point and figure out what had happened or why.
And I believe even on that day and after that, you did still continue to assist law enforcement in the investigation, right?
Yes.
At some point, you decided that you no longer wanted to communicate with the state or law enforcement, right?
Yes. After a few things that had happened, I went and got a lawyer.
Let's see. You talked about you told us about the garage camera and the incident, and to be clear, this was just an honest mistake, and I think that was relayed even by the officer and you, that this was, instead of copying and pasting something, you accidentally cut and pasted something.
Yeah, I mean, that's a new laptop that was sitting there. I was got it rather than a Windows computer this time to try out, and when I realized that mistake, I said, you can take the whole computer, just whatever, you know, and I had it sitting there open, so he just moved it over, got on the computer and moved it over himself, one of them.
At that time, no one had been able to find the camera from the kitchen, is that right?
Correct.
Where all, if you would tell ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we knew the camera was missing, where all did you look for that camera?
Everywhere I could possibly think of. I looked high and low through the whole house. I mean, I wasn't looking just for the physical camera. I mean, it's a little shorter than that water bottle probably, but I was looking through small stuff, even for the SD cards, like they're the size of your thumb, postage stamp size maybe. And I was looking in shoes and boots and clothes drawers and pockets of clothes. I looked through every tiny little shred of garbage before I let any garbage go out of the house. I don't know, I guess it was that Friday garbage comes through. Everywhere I could look for, and I continued to look for it for a long time.
And law enforcement had been at your house and also had searched kind of high and low in the home looking for that too, right?
After I got them to actually, look for it the second time around, they didn't seem to be too interested in finding it at first.
Are you aware that they also went and searched outside, looking everywhere between your home and where Carly was found?
I know they looked in the backyard, and one of them was kind of looking over the fence just to see if anything had been thrown anywhere.
At some point, was that camera found?
Yes, I later found it. As a lot of y'all know, when something happens, everybody always brings tons of food over, and the refrigerator had gotten just packed full of stuff, and we were slowly trying to clean that stuff out and get rid of it over time, and I found the camera back. It was actually back behind some water bottles about like that in the back of the fridge.
Was that the same day, Heath, that law enforcement had been looking for the camera at the house?
Yes, that's the third time they came out to search the house and the yard and all around. They searched and didn't find anything.
Who was there when you, who found the camera?
I did.
Who was there when you found it, Heath?
My mom was there, and like I said, law enforcement had just left a few minutes before.
And based off your prior conversation with them, you wanted to make sure that they were in fact the ones that came and got it, that you
Yes.
didn't mess with it, right?
Correct.
And so what did you do to let them know that you'd found the camera?
I called back the number that I had for Mr. Zach Cotton, and I don't know, I guess that goes to a front desk, and they had to patch me through somehow, or he called me back or something, I don't remember. Yeah.
And what's your understanding of who Zach Cotton is?
He had given me his card to contact him. I'm just assuming he was like the main investigator.
And I want to take you back a step, and we'll come back to the camera heat. I mean, you had actually come in to the sheriff's department and given an interview with Investigator Cotton, right?
Yes,
And that was before this had happened.
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And that's when you told him that Carly was in therapy for stress and anxiety.
Yes.
How long, do you know how long that camera had been in the refrigerator?
I don't know.
Did you put that camera in the refrigerator?
No.
Based off what you know, how do you think that camera got put in the refrigerator?
I'm assuming that.
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase the question. When's the last time you saw that camera plugged in at your house?
I guess previous day. It might not have noticed if it had been gone then, but I'm assuming it was there the previous day.
And when you got home on March the 19th, 2024, was that camera still attached in the kitchen?
No.
And who was the only person besides your deceased wife that had been in your home that afternoon
Well,
that you knew of?
at that time, Carly, but we since found out there was another person in there.
And do you, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that that person moved anything in your house, right?
I don't know if anybody knows.
Sure.
I don't know.
Had she been over to your house before, the other girl?
Carly had a couple friends over a time or two, and I do believe she had been there once before, yes.
Did she have any like direct interaction with you when she was there?
No, I was laying on the couch when a bunch of them came through and said hey, and they were in Carly's room or messing around in the backyard some of the time.
When you left for work on March 19th, 2024, did you ever see that morning or the night before, had you seen any empty vape pen boxes?
No.
If they had been sitting, if they were found at the desk in your bedroom, would you have seen those before you left for work?
I would believe so.
Do you know anything about Carly using drugs, Heath?
I had no idea of it until the events of until the second police search.
And what are you referencing when you talk about the second search?
When they came back, I guess it was Friday, so after the murder had taken place, and they came out with a couple of things out of Carly's room that we had no clue of. So I don't know anything about them. It was new to me.
When you told law enforcement that you'd found the camera in the refrigerator, at that point, did you give them consent to kind of see what was on that camera?
Yes. He had me sign something as he was taking it, so I assume that was consent.
Heath, I want to take you back to the interview that you gave with Investigator Cotton, and you probably don't remember the contents of all that, right? It was,
Not at this time. I think we were in there for a while and covered a lot.
do you remember talking to him about what might have been stressing Carly out at the time?
I don't remember that conversation, no.
Do you remember him asking you, kind of midway toward the end of the conversation about if there was anything else that you knew about Carly or about what was going on that might be helpful to their investigation?
I don't remember at this point. what was said there. I know y'all probably got a record of it, but I don't recall.
And that's okay. You know, when traumatic things happen, our bodies respond in certainly different ways, and you know, I don't think anyone in this room wants to experience what you've experienced, and so I don't expect you to remember everything. You had a lot of questions on that day, right, about what happened.
Yeah.
Heath, at some point, there was a no contact order put in place between you and Carly.
Yes.
Did you ask the court to lift that?
Yes.
And since that time, you've had contact with her?
Yes.
At any time during your communication with Carly, has she told you that she was not the person that killed her mother?
No. We have not had any kind of conversation, anything like that. Nothing to do with the case or the trial.
Do you see Carly in the courtroom, Heath?
Yes.
If you could you point her out?
Right there.
And could you tell me where at that table that you pointed at that she's sitting?
She's in between Mr. Camp and Miss Todd in black.
And is that the same person that shot you with that .357 Magnum on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes.
May the record reflect that the defendant's identified that the witness has identified the defendant.
Record reflect and identify the defendant.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you, Heath.
Approach real quick. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 10:30. It's about time for we'll take a mid-morning break and a mid-afternoon break. If y'all would, go on ahead. I'm going to have you step to the back to the jury room, use the restroom, get any coffee, get any water that you need, okay? When we get back, we'll go till lunchtime, all right? Everyone remain seated while the jury exits. All right, the record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Smiley, we're going to take a break. If you want to use the restroom, one of the bailiffs will show you to a restroom in the back, but I don't want you discussing the case with anyone in between. As soon as you're finished using the restroom, they'll bring you back up here, okay? But no discussions about the case, not with me, not with anybody, okay? All right, for everybody else, it's 10:32. We'll be in recess till 10:45. Tell me as soon as the jury's ready. Cross or is Mr. Camp? All right, bring him in. He'll just slide in. He just slide in the council table. Cross-examination by the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Smiley, we heard a lot of testimony on your direct with the prosecutor regarding the garage videos and what was on the garage videos and you transferring the garage videos to a flash drive for the police. Did you have an opportunity before you were transferring them over to view those garage videos?
Yes, the 4 from that afternoon I had seen, yes.
Okay. And we talked a lot about them on direct, but we're going to go ahead and play those for the jury so that everybody can...
Let's practice real quick. By agreement of the parties, this exhibit will be marked as S9 and admitted for all purposes. Does anybody have the CD sleeve?
I gave it to Richard.
I think it's over here.
This is what we'll do. We'll mark the sleeve, and then Mr. Levingston, as soon as they're finished, we'll get the DVD out. Oh, it's in there. Okay. You may proceed. Does the defense wish to publish this?
Yes, Your Honor.
No.
Mr. Smiley, is that a true and accurate representation of what you recall once you got home that afternoon?
Yes.
Who was that screaming that we heard on the video?
It was Carly screaming, and you heard me holler, "What's the matter?"
And what about seeing Carly made you ask her what was wrong?
I could immediately tell that something was bad wrong with Carly. Just screaming, her eyes were just huge. Looked like she was terrified.
Have you ever heard Carly scream like that before?
No.
Have you ever seen Carly look as terrified as she did on March 19th before?
No.
Would Carly have any reason to run from you?
No.
Mr. Smiley, can you describe the full floor plan at your house?
I guess it's what you call a split. And it's got kind of on the north end, it's a master bedroom, bath, and closet. Living room and kitchen kind of in the middle, and then on the other end there's two smaller bedrooms that share a bathroom in between the two.
And where was Carly's bedroom?
It was on the southeast end of the house.
And
corner.
you mentioned that there was where Carly's bedroom was, there was also a bathroom and another room.
Yes.
What did you use that other bedroom for?
A lot of just general storage stuff, and had some weights, and there's a little treadmill in there.
Kind of what we call like a junk room.
Yeah, a lot of junk in the closet on a shelf and laying around. And
Okay. And is there a hallway that separates the kitchen and the living room from that side of the house?
yes,
Okay. And where was the indoor camera located?
it was in the corner of the kitchen / dining room open area.
Okay. And is the kitchen, living room area of your house, is that open?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask you this. How would you describe your and Ashley's marriage?
We got along great. I don't guess we ever really had anything we just disagreed on or anything.
And were you still in your honeymoon phase?
Yeah.
And just for the record, you can't nod. You have to answer yes or no
Oh,
for the
yes,
court reporter.
yes, I'm sorry.
And what, if anything, had Carly told you about her biological dad, Kevin Gregg, doing drugs?
Everyone that I can think of, it sounds like he has either tried or does regularly.
And what did Carly tell you about her biological dad doing drugs in her presence?
He was constantly doing drugs in front of her, blowing the smoke in her face. Turns out that he sat her down and made her drink an entire beer when she was 12.
And what, if anything, had Carly told you about her dad offering her drugs during her visitation periods?
Not sure on that, but I think she said they were laying around all over the place throughout his house, and I think he had tried to get her to do some various things at one point or another.
And would you say that Carly was scared of her dad?
Yes. She did not like having to go up there, and she was not herself for a day or two after coming back.
Okay. And would you say that Carly's mom was scared of her dad?
Yes. Anytime they spoke of him, it was like deer in the headlights. They would freeze up and be shaking sometimes if they were talking about him.
And how would you describe Carly's relationship with her mom during the time that you came into her life in spring of 2019 to March 19th of 2024?
They got along great, loved doing things together. They liked a lot of the same movies, and they'd go shopping together, and they stayed together quite a bit.
Pretty tight bond.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Ashley was protective of Carly because she'd lost a child already?
Yes, she wanted the best for Carly, watched over her all the time, yes.
And is it fair to say because Ashley was protective of Carly that she was a little on the stricter side with things like social media?
She was, yeah. She, would read all the bad things that happened in the news on all that, and she didn't care for any of it. And I think TikTok's probably one of the ones that she didn't care for.
And TikTok was what Carly had put on the iPod, the old iPod?
Yes, just watching the usual stupid videos.
Yeah. And we've heard the phrase burner phone a few times, but when we're hearing burner phone, are we talking about the old iPod?
Yes.
Okay. So the burner phone is the old iPod she had that she somehow downloaded social media apps to.
Yes.
Okay. And Carly was in 10th grade at the time that you guys found the iPod
Yes.
with the social media apps.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Would you say that most 10th graders want to be on social media?
Calls for speculation.
Were there any other social media apps Carly had on the iPad?
I can't remember at this time. Ashley had taken care of all that. She was way more tech savvy with that stuff than I am.
Okay. Had you and Ashley already found the old iPod?
Yes, we had. She had found it and figured out what was going on. Yeah.
And when did you guys discover the old iPad that's called people have been calling the burner phone?
I'm just going to say sometime last fall. I don't know the exact time frame.
So not in March.
No.
And we talked about an incident with Carly looking on her teacher's computer at school. Did Carly need to cheat to get good grades?
No, she loved school, but she was almost bored with school a lot of days. It was, even though she was in the advanced classes, she's a light year ahead of everything they're teaching.
Okay.
Anything new she picks up and just wants to be a step ahead of the teachers.
And hadn't Carly told you about that incident that the kids in her class had dared her to?
Yes, they had, yeah. She told us about it.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with Carly?
All good. We've gotten along from the beginning. Hadn't really had any problems between us.
And do you have any other children?
No.
And would you say that you love Carly the same as you would a biological child?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, had Ashley told you about her ex-husband's mental health issues?
Objection, Your Honor. You're safe.
What, if anything, had Carly told you?
Objection, Your Honor. You're safe.
Have you ever had any interactions with Mr. Gregg?
No, other than I would see him in the car picking up or dropping Carly off. And a lot of times he would drop her off and leave, wouldn't even check to see if she was getting in the house.
Okay. And you said that the handgun that was used in this incident on March 19th was kept under Ashley's side of the bed?
Yes.
Was it kept in a lockbox or anything like that?
No, she just had it under, she had little cubbies and all we had built out for kind of storage. She had set it under there.
Okay. And Why was she sleeping with a loaded handgun under her side of the bed?
She was terrified that the ex was going to show up one day, and she wanted that there.
Okay. Now, in the time that you've known Carly, the 3.5 years from spring of 2019 to March 19th of 2024, had you ever seen Carly be violent?
No.
Had there ever been any incidents in which Carly was in trouble for being violent?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Had you ever seen Carly enraged?
No.
Had you ever seen Carly get mad?
No, she'd get frustrated with something every now and then if she couldn't make something work like she wanted to, or something in a video game, but she would work at it over and over and over till she figured it out and got it.
Okay. Had Carly been having any trouble at school?
No,
Had she been having any trouble with friends?
not that I know of.
And you mentioned that Carly had a boyfriend at school, and at first Ashley didn't like it, but then she was okay.
Yes.
Why did Ashley first have a problem with Carly having this boyfriend at school?
Just in general, she had told her she didn't want her dating until she was 16 or so, at least, and just trying to watch over her.
And do you recall a statement that you made to law enforcement back on March 19th about y'all been having problems with Carly?
Again, I don't remember exactly what all I told them at this point.
Okay. What, if any, issues had you and Ashley been having with Carly?
Just not really any problems with her, other than I think she was kind of at times depressed, or she's a teenage girl, maybe emotional, but she ended up we got her to a clinic up close to her, I guess it's in Madison there, to let her talk with a therapist.
Okay. And what had led you and Ashley to decide to put Carly in counseling?
She just didn't seem like she was her normal happy peppy self. She was just kind of depressed and sitting around more, and she she said she thought talking to somebody might help her.
Had you noticed anything else that was going on with Carly that concerned you at that time?
Not that I recall. She was kind of having problems with time management kind of stuff, and maybe remembering a couple things, which was a little unusual for her with schoolwork stuff.
Can you tell me about the issues she was having with remembering things?
Just
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Mr. Smiley, can you describe the depth of your injury that you sustained on March 19th?
It's just a spot went through my edge of the upper trap muscle right there, and kind of zipped right through. And like I said, oddly enough, I know it sounds weird, but I've never really felt it or had any trouble with it.
Did you require stitches?
No.
I think we heard an officer on one of the other cameras call it grazed. Is that a fair description?
I guess, yes.
And Mr. Smiley, do you have any idea why Carly would want to shoot you?
No.
And we all heard Carly screaming when you walked from the garage into the kitchen on March 19th. How did Carly appear to you when you walked in?
Like I said, my initial thoughts were she was terrified, scared out of her mind. I still to this day don't think she ever even recognized me. Something was wrong there. I don't know what, but something was off.
And when you walked into the house, did Carly say anything to you?
No, just was screaming.
Did she say anything in response to your question? What's wrong?
No.
Is that like the Carly that you had known for the past 3 years?
No, not at all.
Did Carly ever have any interest in guns?
No, Ashley had wanted her to go shooting with us a time or two, and I had tried to, get her to shoot a couple different times, and I think Ashley or somebody might have taken pictures the time or two that she went, but that was it, and she never was interested in going when myself and Ashley went.
And in all the time that you've known Carly, would you describe her as callous?
No.
Would you describe her as calculating?
No, except with math.
Would you describe her as diabolical?
No.
How would you describe Carly?
She's just a sweet little girl ever since I've known her. And, even when we take her to the playground, instead of running around playing, a lot of the times she would be pushing other kids on the swing and the little, I don't know what they're called, little roundabout things that kids get on and go in a circle. She'd be the one that'd be pushing groups of kids rather than her playing. She'd go find the younger ones to try to help take care of them, and she's just sweet.
And are you aware of any medication Carly had been placed on?
And I can't remember the names of which one was which. She had been placed on one by the therapist that they had started her on something.
And do you recall what that medication was for?
Whatever they thought it was, whether it was, I don't know, just generalized stress or depression, or I don't know what they were thinking it was.
Okay. And do you recall how many medications that she'd been on?
I know she was on one, and then approximately the week before the 19th, they swapped her to another one.
Okay. And with the first medication that Carly was on, did you notice any changes in her personality or demeanor?
No.
And with the second medication that Carly was on, did you notice any changes in her personality or demeanor?
No. She had only had a chance to be on it for a handful of days. I don't know exactly how many days, but she was just getting started on it.
And do you and Carly still have a relationship?
Yes, I think we're good.
Okay. And how frequently do you and Carly talk?
Just about every day now. I don't always get off of work in time to catch her on a phone call, but we or text some back and forth over the app that's allowed, and we talk over the video chat thing that's allowed through the jail and on weekends. So we're good.
Prior to March 19th, had you ever been afraid of Carly?
No,
Are you afraid of Carly today?
no,
Prior to March 19th, had Ashley ever been afraid of Carly?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Based on your observations and personal knowledge, had Ashley ever appeared to be afraid of Carly?
Objection, Your Honor, again calls for speculation.
Your Honor, he can say what he observed.
Y'all argue in front of the jury. Y'all approach. All right, the objection is going to be overruled. You can answer the question based on your observation and personal knowledge. Did Ashley appear to be afraid of Carly?
no, not at all.
And you testified on direct that you had retained your own attorney after the investigation of this matter got started. And you said that that was because you had been concerned or felt worried that you were going to be charged with a crime?
Yes, the cops had insinuated the tampering with evidence. They held my license for several days, wouldn't bring it back. I kind of think it now that they were maybe trying to keep me
Objection, Your
around.
Honor, calls for speculation.
That's sustained. You can testify to what you observe, but you can't testify to what you think other people would do, okay?
Okay. And then I went and got a lawyer from there.
Okay. And why would you have tried to hide evidence that you were telling law enforcement about?
I have no idea. I was trying to find anything I could that might help out and figure out what or why.
Was law enforcement aware that there was a garage camera on March 19th?
I don't believe so. They were all around out there apparently looking at stuff. I don't know, 5 or 6 of them, and they never saw the camera or never bothered to mess with it, more than likely.
Had any members of law enforcement asked you about any cameras?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. And you spoke on direct examination about them turning the house back over to you. About how long did law enforcement have your house under investigation on March 19th?
I had been down to the ER and back a couple hours, 2.5 hours roughly maybe, because it had gotten dark by the time I got back there.
Okay. And how many times after March 19th did law enforcement issue search warrants to come back out?
2 more times.
Okay. And during those 2 other times, now making 3 times that law enforcement investigated your house, did anyone find the camera in the fridge?
No, they did not.
Okay. And they didn't ask about any cameras in the garage?
No.
Okay. Now, so you were very forthcoming with this evidence?
Yes.
And you also had your attorney file a motion to rescind the no contact order between you and Carly, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Had you asked that that be done beforehand?
Yes, I had tried to get my first attorney to get some of that in motion, and I don't know what happened there. It kind of fell through.
And has anyone else made you feel intimidated during the course of this investigation?
I was told by the DA's office that I couldn't contact anyone else, like y'all that were working with her about anything, couldn't speak with anyone else. And then
You were told you...
Objection, Your Honor, we approve.
Sure.
understandable that you would be a little guarded,
Yes.
and that this has been a long, ongoing investigation, and it's hard to talk about this stuff emotionally.
Yes, at times, worse than others.
Yeah. And that you have been interviewed about this previously.
Yes.
So you're having to go back over the same stuff repeatedly.
Yes.
And it's hard to testify. It's nerve-wracking.
It is.
And this is being televised and broadcast, and there's been a lot of scrutiny, so it's understandable that you would be guarded and nervous while testifying.
Correct.
Thank you for court's indulgence.
Please enter the witness.
Redirect examination.
Heath, how many phones did you know of that Carly had?
I just knew of the one that we had gotten for her.
And so if law enforcement had 2 phones they recovered belonging to Carly from the scene, that would in fact be more phones than you knew about, right?
Yes.
Do you think that if someone shoots at me unprovoked, that that's a violent offense?
I guess so. It really depends on the circumstances.
Again, unprovoked. I'm walking into this courtroom, and out of nowhere, this gentleman closest to the door, as soon as I open it, pulls out a gun and fires it at me. Is that a violent offense?
It could be. Depends on the circumstances.
You said that Carly, you never saw her get mad or yell?
I have never seen Carly just angry or anything.
Never.
No, ma'am. She's always been just a happy little girl.
Was she a happy little girl when we just heard the video when she was firing a gun at you?
Like I said, I've never seen anybody like that, even in movies. She was not herself, and like I said, I do not believe she even recognized me. She was terrified.
And Heath, I believe on direct, when I asked you about medications, you actually didn't handle Carly's prescriptions or medications, right?
No, Ashley was making sure she was taking them.
I want to talk to you, Mr. Smiley. You said that law enforcement came over a couple times and they didn't find these cameras. Did Miss Todd and Mr. Camp come over to your house at some point?
Yes, they did.
And when was that?
I think it was after the second police search.
And at any point, did they also conduct a search of your house?
They came through and wanted to take pictures and get the layout of the house.
Did they take anything from the house?
I think they took a couple pieces of her artwork and a couple things like that, but I'm not certain at this time.
And you don't know as to what they did with those, do you?
I do not.
Did they ever find the camera in the refrigerator?
No.
Court's indulgence. There are no further questions.
May this witness be finally excused by the state.
We'd ask that be subject to recall.
All right. Mr. Smiley, I'm going to ask you to stand down, but you're going to need to leave the courtroom and not discuss your testimony with anybody. You're not free to be in the courtroom just yet.
Okay.
All right. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, this will be a lengthy witness. I'm not sure if you want us to start or if you'd rather us.
Y'all can approach. Before we go any further, I need S9 out of the DVD and back in the court reporter's custody, please.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I put it on the record. The state we call Cliff Dunlap.
Just so ladies and gentlemen of the jury know, I'm requiring the state to take a witness out of order. Lunch isn't here yet, but we're not stopping till lunch is ready, okay? Take him a few minutes to get there.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. You don't have to speak directly in the microphone, but you need to speak so the lady on the back row can hear you, okay?
Okay.
You understand that you're now under oath, your answers to be sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning, Cliff. Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, I'm Cliff Dunlap, Rankin County.
Where within Rankin County do you work, Cliff?
In the Rankin County Coroner's Office.
Okay. And what specifically is your title at the coroner's office?
Chief Deputy Coroner.
Okay. How long have you worked there at the coroner's office, Cliff?
Been there about 12 and a half years.
Okay. What year did you start?
2011.
Okay. And as the chief deputy coroner, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities there at the coroner's office?
So essentially we are death investigators. We respond to any number of deaths that fall under our jurisdiction.
Okay. Prior to working at the coroner's office, did you work anywhere else?
Yes, I've been in the death care industry since 2006 as a licensed mortician.
Okay. And what kind of training did you go through to become a licensed mortician?
So for the mortician, we have an associate's degree in applied sciences, specifically for mortuary science.
And before coming to the coroner's office in 2011, between 2006 and 2011, where else did you work during those times?
I started out working at Ottenly Funeral Home and then subsequently at mortuary services after that.
Okay. And just kind of, not to get graphic or anything like that, but on a day-to-day basis, what did your job responsibilities include?
So we would respond to scenes of death, hospitals, residents. We would take decedents into our care and then provide the services that the family wanted depending on their desires.
And so once you came to the coroner's office in 2011, what kind of training or education did you have to go through?
So we go through a 40-hour initial training that covers the various degrees and topics that we may encounter on a day-to-day basis. Death investigation, family notifications, and then we do continuing education on a yearly basis.
And how much continuing education is required of someone in the coroner's office?
So we're on 24 hours in a calendar year.
And just in general, what kind of topics do you typically, what kind of classes do you take as part of your continuing education?
It could be any manner of things that kind of fall under the jurisdiction of death investigation, scene recovery, family discussions, just all manners that fall under that jurisdiction.
As part of your training and education, do you sometimes attend and observe autopsies at the State Crime Lab?
Yes, we do.
How many would you say that you've attended or observed since working at the coroner's office?
In my time total, I would say roughly 10 to 15.
And speaking of the state medical examiner's office, tell the ladies and gentlemen how the coroner's office works with the state medical examiner's office, or if y'all do work with the state medical examiner's office.
We do. So under the state medical examiner's office, there are 83 coroners, one for each county and one additional for the Choctaw Reservation. We're basically the eyes and the ears of the medical examiner's office because they're not able to, of course, go out to each individual death per county. So we're kind of their representatives on a day-to-day basis, and we report to them findings.
Since starting at the coroner's office in 2011, approximately how many calls would you say you've been on, Cliff?
Estimated, I would say at least into the thousands, based off of my yearly calls that we work.
And again, just kind of generally speaking, why would the coroner's office be called to a scene?
So again, for death investigation, usually anything that falls under our jurisdiction, natural deaths and unnatural deaths.
And whenever you say unnatural deaths, what do you mean by that?
Any death that is not attributable to a disease, natural disease process, that can range from suicides, homicides, accidental deaths.
Okay. And so, just again, speaking generally, not about this case in particular, whenever you show up to a scene or respond to a call, kind of walk us through what your procedure is.
So normally we would determine whether or not this was a natural death or not. Like I said, we cover a lot of different types of cases. Of course, we want to make sure that the scene itself is preserved so that we have a very accurate description of how the death occurred. Then we would talk to any law enforcement agencies and proceed accordingly.
And now kind of turning to March 19th of this year, 2024, were you employed at the coroner's office at that time?
Yes.
As a chief deputy
Yes.
coroner? Okay. Do you remember receiving a call out to 214 Ashton Way?
I do.
Okay. And just by way of brief description, tell us where that's located.
It's in the Abilene subdivision, I believe, off Grants Ferry Road.
Okay. Old Fannin.
Old Fannin,
Yeah. And did you respond to that address?
I did.
Okay. And again, walk us through from the time that you got the call out to when you got on scene, what you did.
Okay, so when we arrived on scene, we were informed that this death was attributed to a gunshot wound. So that let us know that when we arrived on scene to meet with investigators and law enforcement just to make sure that the scene was secure and safe for us to enter into. Once that was established, we made entry into the house. Walking into the living room, we went to the left. There were some bedrooms that were located off the living room. That time we found Miss Smiley. She was laying on her back in a supine position, and it appears as though she had suffered gunshot wounds.
Okay. Did you conduct an initial investigation of your own to determine anything at that time?
Yes, we wanted to make sure again that scene preservation was of the utmost importance. So we talked to the law enforcement, made sure that again it was okay for us to enter into the scene, and that's when we noticed the room that she was in and kind of the surrounding environment.
And did you look at Miss Smiley? Did you observe anything about her body?
Yes. Upon initial inspection, we did see that she did have 2 gunshot wounds at the time. We always want to make sure that we present the medical examiner with the most accurate visual possible. So, we kind of document what we're looking at, and that's what we initially found were the 2 gunshot wounds.
Okay. So once you did your initial investigation, then what did you do after that?
So at that time, we placed Miss Smiley into a white sheet that's used to collect any artifact that may be displaced during the transportation process. And then we recovered her from the scene until we took her to the medical examiner's office.
Okay. And then, did you, as part of your investigation, conduct any further investigation into Miss Smiley's case?
At that time, we were waiting on law enforcement and their reports to come in, and then the medical examiner's office would perform the autopsy.
Okay. And after the medical examiner's office performed the autopsy, did you learn anything else about how many gunshot wounds Miss Smiley had received?
Yes.
Approach.
Marked S10 for all purposes and admitted for all purposes by way of stipulation of the parties. Hold on. Give him the report. Give him the report. No. Yes, sir. You can approach.
I just was going to give him this document. Thank you, Your Honor.
That's all right.
Mr. Dunlap, you were just handed a document there. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is that?
This is our case report that we fill out on every death that we work.
Okay. And it appears as though it's 3 pages. Is that what you have?
Correct.
Okay. If you turn to the last page there's a what says investigator narrative. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you write that?
I did.
Okay. And when would you have written that?
That would have been the night of the incident.
Okay. And if you, in this case, were you able to make a determination as to cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Okay.
Once the medical examiner's office ruled, yes.
Okay. If you look on page 2 or anywhere in this report, is that reflected in this report?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you able to determine as the cause of death?
Cause of death was 3 gunshot wounds to the head.
And what about the manner of death?
Manner of death was homicide.
Court's indulgence. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Mr. Camp, you need the exhibit for cross.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you would, please give it to the bailiff, and the bailiff will give it to Mr. Camp.
I have a copy, Your Honor.
You do have to, okay, just want to make sure. I knew I took your only copy, I apologize.
Okay, Cliff, and I'm just wanting to make sure I understand everything. This is what you call your case report, is what you have in front of you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, is that the only documents that is generated by your office?
As far as our investigative report, it is. We do initiate the death certificate, of course, for the funeral home at the appropriate time.
Okay, and to, I guess, initiate the death report and this case report, you look at other documents is what I'm understanding. Is that correct?
As far as,
Well, you said you had talked to the medical examiner's office.
right, that was once the autopsy report was completed and they initiated the cause and manner of death.
Okay, once they do okay, so you're getting information from the autopsy.
Correct.
Okay, and so that's actually that's telling you what the matter of death is, or
Correct.
manner of death is. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay, it's not anything you do.
Correct.
Okay, so you're just it's sort of secondhand information that you get from them, and then you put it on a piece of paper, and then you turn it in.
Once they rule on the cause of death, yes, sir.
Okay. In here, I was looking on the last page, because you said there were, I guess this would be a case in point. On the last page, it has your investigator narrative, and that would be your narrative.
Correct.
Okay. And it talks about 2 gunshots. Okay. But then you got more information, I guess, after you did your narrative.
Right. Correct.
Okay. And you didn't go back and edit it or change, or when I say change it, you didn't make a notation that upon getting the autopsy information back, there's actually 3 gunshots or anything like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you normally make, because it looks like on the first page, did you say, or at some point you do say there's 3 gunshots. Is that correct?
In the case or the cause of death, once it was ruled that it was changed to that.
Okay. But you didn't change the narrative.
Correct.
And you didn't, in your narrative, you didn't say anything about once you get the information, you're now, compiling the report, and this is what we're doing. Is that correct?
Right. We have a separate report from the medical examiner's office.
And so is this one, well, I guess you wouldn't do this case report, or you wouldn't finish it until you got the autopsy, though, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Carl.
Redirect.
Cliff, do you know whenever you said you sat through some autopsies, is that correct?
Correct.
Whenever the medical examiner gets someone into the crime lab, do they clean that person up?
What they do initially is they will do x-rays before anything is done to the decedent. Yes.
Do they clean the person up or in any manner?
During the course of the autopsy, they do.
Okay. Is based off what you know personally, is the medical examiner's office, can they then do their investigation into the decedent at that time as well?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you said earlier that the coroner's office is the eyes and the ears in Rankin County. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, just to be clear, as reflected in your report that's in evidence, what were you able to determine was the cause and manner of death?
The gunshot wounds.
Okay, and what?
We're going to object when we approach you.
Yes.
Cliff, through the laws of the state, are you familiar with the laws of the state of Mississippi as they affect the coroner's office?
Yes.
Okay. And does your office make a determination as to cause and manner of death through your normal job duties and responsibilities?
In cases that we rule on, yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to step down. Free. Y'all approach. Take our lunch break. Y'all, I'm going to give y'all over to the bailiff. He's going to take y'all on back. Lunch should be there in just a few minutes, okay? Everyone remain seated while the jury exits. All right, the record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. As soon as the jury gets lunch, we'll be in recess till 12:30, but as soon as they're done, we'll get started back. Anything further from the state before we recess?
No, sir, Your Honor.
From the defense?
Your Honor, we do have one issue that we would like to take up if we could.
Sure. Go on ahead and come to the podium.
Your Honor, there was a mental evaluation that was done by Dr. Pickett, and that we had made a request to get the recording, and we had sent both an email to the court, and we filed a motion because we weren't sure exactly what we need to do to ask for it. Dr. Pickett had sent us a response when we had requested his recording. He said that he'd be happy to give it to us, but we have to file a subpoena or something to that effect, and that's why we filed the motion.
Do you have an order for me to sign or a subpoena or anything?
Yes, Your Honor, I can get that. That's why if the court says it's okay, we will get you an order, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, I'll hear from the state in response, but short orders, yes, but I'm not taking the order.
Yes, we'll take care of that, no problem, Your Honor.
Does the state have a response for the record?
Your Honor, the motion doesn't actually state any reasoning for wanting the recordings other than the fact that in the evaluation report, Dr. Pickett made numerous allegations concerning one of the defendant's attorneys. It doesn't appear that they want these recordings for anything to do with the defendant's mental state at the time, but rather about something to do with an attorney. So we don't really know what the purpose of those would be. So of course we can't state whether we would agree or not agree to the production, but also should be noted that their expert did not provide us, nor did he have any recordings of his evaluations.
Anything further? Any reply?
Your Honor, I don't believe there was a recording by Dr. Just for clarification, there were two other individuals who had done reports. Neither one of those individuals did recordings on this matter. The issue was in his report, it references interactions between the defendant, the attorney, and part of Dr. Pickett's evaluation was based upon those interactions, and it specifically says it in his report, and they know what we are referring to. So that's what the basis of it was, Your Honor.
The court will grant any order or subpoena that Dr. Pickett believes that he requires for you to turn it over. However, as I said, I don't type anybody's orders. So I don't have an order in front of me. As soon as I get the order, I'll be happy to sign it. I'll ask the state to go on ahead and let Dr. Pickett know that I have said I'm going to order him to turn it over. So I'd ask that he turn it over post haste, but I can understand the doctor wanting some document from the court saying he has to turn it over too. But motion granted, give me an order, give me a subpoena. All right?
Yes, sir.
Over the objection of the state.
And we will notify Dr. Pickett. When I spoke with him about whether or not he could produce that, he did have concerns about being able to email such a large file. So that if the defense could help provide him with some way for them to actually transfer that file. Otherwise, it would not be until if and when he's brought here into town for hearing testimony.
I believe Dropbox would allow.
Okay, well, Dr. Pickett's not going to set up the Dropbox. This is what I'm going to do. I'll sign the order saying he's to turn it over. But logistics are y'all's end, okay? The court is not going to get involved with typing the state's orders. I don't type the defendant's orders, and I don't get involved with the state or the defendant how y'all want it produced. That's y'all's problem. So, granted, give me an order. I'm asking the state to let Dr. Pickett know that I'm granting the order. How he produces it, it's none of my concern. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Best of luck to both sides. We'll be in recess at 12:30. The jury's finished their lunch. State ready?
Yes, sir.
Defense ready? Sure. Has the state seen the order? Is the state's next witness a juvenile?
No, sir. It says immediately that. Immediate, as soon as practical.
So is that your objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
The objection to the order granting the motion for productions, he shall immediately furnish.
Yes, sir. It says it in there twice, immediately. Again, I think that there's some issue in how he would be able to do that. But not that he would actually produce them. There's no problem with that.
As soon as possible. How's that? That's as close to immediate splitting the baby. However, please let Dr. Pickett know.
I texted him during our lunch break that he would need to turn that over.
All right, state ready?
Yes, sir.
Defense ready? Is the defense ready? All right, bring him in. Who's the state's next witness?
Tyler Burnell.
Y'all got him? Okay. All right, state may call its next witness.
State calls investigator Tyler Burnell.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that you're under oath during this morning answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
sir.
You would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
My name's Tyler Burnell.
And Tyler, where are you employed?
I work for the Rankin County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your role at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I'm an investigator in the Criminal Investigative Division.
And tell us what that means.
Essentially, our division responds to incidents. We investigate calls for service, initial reports that are taken by the patrol division, or walk-in reports that are made whenever citizens come into the sheriff's office to report criminal activity, fraud, theft, things along those lines.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
14 and a half years.
And has all that been spent at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Tell us about where all you've been.
So I started off at the Madison Police Department in 2010. After that, I worked for the Madison County Sheriff's Office, the Pearl Police Department. I was an investigator in Pearl, went to Flowood not long after that, was a detective over there, started in internal affairs over there, and I went to go work for the Mississippi Attorney General's Office in the Public Integrity Division, and did some good work there. And not long ago, the sheriff and the undersheriff asked if I would be willing to come to the sheriff's office and kind of bolster that particular division, that particular program here. And so I'd maintain a criminal caseload and a compliance caseload.
I want to take a step back. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen kind of what training is required to become a law enforcement officer first?
Well, you have to complete the basic police officers course. There are multiple taught in the state of Mississippi. You can go through the Tupelo Police Academy. They have their own. The Jackson Police Academy has their own. The Southern Regional Public Safety Institute, which is the one that I went to, was at one point in time combined with the Harrison County Law Enforcement Training Academy because it had essentially been demolished during Katrina. And so it was relocated to Camp Shelby, Mississippi. And Harrison County has since kind of restarted their own. You can go to the Mississippi Law Enforcement Training Academy right over here in Pearl. And then, of course, there's the Mississippi Highway Patrol Academy. They kind of put on their own, but it's a state accredited course that if a trooper decides that he no longer wishes to be a member of the Highway Patrol, he can always use that as a lateral into a sheriff's office, police department, another state agency.
And particularly, I'm interested in what you did. So you told us
Okay.
that you went to
Okay.
which academy?
Yes, ma'am. So I started off at the Southern Regional Public Safety Institute, like I said. I've had a lot of training over the years. Initially, I had a lot of training related to the patrol side of law enforcement, so to speak. You know, uniformed officers riding around in a marked patrol car, patrolling neighborhoods, enforcing traffic laws and things along those lines. A lot of that particular type of training was impaired driving enforcement, counter drug related stuff, some drug investigations as far as trafficking and things along those lines. The most recently, I guess more recently, I had some internal affairs training. I'm a certified polygraph examiner with the state of Mississippi. I'm a certified criminal investigator. The state of Mississippi actually has a program that criminal investigators can go through. It's taught out at the Mississippi Law Enforcement Training Academy in Pearl. And it's essentially I think it's 320 classroom hours, and then there is the difference, I think, is 80 hours of hands-on instruction. Essentially, you're kind of going out and you're taking latent fingerprints off objects, and you're rolling car tires to get tire impressions. You're taking dental stone, and you're taking all of the investigative resources that you need to in order to take tire wear impressions and footwear impressions. You're doing digital evidence extractions from phones, and you're going through and you're drafting search warrants. You're learning about death investigations. You're learning about kind of what particular changes that the body goes through as we pass away, and you're going through different things that you can look for in order to determine, okay, we have a crime here, or we don't have a crime here, and so that was definitely one course that I've been through here lately. But I've had some other training, counterterrorism and SWAT, special response team stuff, and tactics and things along those lines. But that's, in a nutshell, that's generally it.
In the training that you've had and in your 14 years in law enforcement experience, have you had the opportunity to investigate or be on the scene of murders?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that prior to March 19th of 2024?
Correct.
Want to ask you specifically about the Rankin County Sheriff's Department. So we heard from Deputy Lewis earlier about the fact that he wears a body cam when he's dealing with the public.
Correct.
What is the policy for investigators and body cams back in March of 24?
The investigators in my division did not have body cameras in March of 2024.
What about as we sit here today? Do y'all have them now?
We are starting to trickle them in, and by trickle, what I mean is that the criminal investigators that I work alongside with, and I guess I should try and explain this. So the criminal investigator division not only houses the criminal investigators, people that investigate, the theft and the violent crimes and the fraud and all those things, but it also houses our drug investigators. We have prescription fraud investigators that essentially work on pharmaceutical diversion, investigators that investigate street drug related crimes, the sale of fentanyl and the sale of marijuana and the sale of methamphetamines and things along those lines. But we also have our interdiction investigators, guys that are essentially working on drug trafficking organizations and things like that. So those narcotics investigators is kind of the loose term for those different identities of investigators. Those have their body cameras they all have them now. So before, the street drug investigators and the pharmaceutical diversion investigators did not have them. They do now. And so our interdiction guys have them, the narcotics guys have them, but we are still kind of acquiring them piece by piece as we are able, as the sheriff's office is able to obtain the resources either through budget appropriation or grant funding in order to continue to buy body cameras for our division.
Investigator Moreno, I want to take you back to March the 19th of 2024. Were you, in fact, working at the Sheriff's Department at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen if you worked a call at 214 Ashton Way that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Walk us through your first involvement with that call that was made out to 911.
So we were going back to that date. We were actually in trial that week, working on another case with I believe it was Mr. Smith was involved in that one as well. But I had left the courthouse, went to my office, and essentially obtained my belongings, which is essentially just a backpack that I towed all my stuff in. But acquired that, got in my vehicle, and started heading to my residence. And my police radio is on, and the volume up, and I overhear our 911 dispatcher asking that that the units that work the north end of our county, which is essentially like anything north of I-20 or Highway 80, asking for the north units to be en route to 214 Ashton Way, and this was a female dispatcher, that a disturbance had taken place and there was a possible shooting involved. So, of course, knowing that our division will eventually be involved in that particular incident, I activated my emergency equipment and drove to the scene, and was the first investigator there. And basically, once I got there, I noticed that deputies Hunter Lewis and Dustin Smith had already arrived. They're assigned to the patrol division, and medical personnel had also arrived on scene already.
And the medical personnel, is that separate from the sheriff's department?
That's correct. So in the county, especially around the reservoir area, we tap into the fire protection for the cities very, very minutely, but we also have the reservoir fire department, which responds to a lot of the fire and emergency related medical incidents in the unincorporated part of the county.
On this particular day, what information had you been provided kind of before you walk into, because we've actually seen some body cam footage where you walk up to the scene. At that point, what did you know had happened?
So I walk up to the scene. Pafford is loading a white male who was later identified as Heath Smiley. Our dispatcher had stated that his daughter had shot him, killed his wife, and then fled, which is the radio traffic that I'm hearing on the radio prior to getting to the scene, and so. I have real general information and not really specific details. So I go to Deputy Lewis, I go to Hunter, and simply ask him what he's got, and then he begins to fill me in on the specific details related to kind of why we're there, what has transpired, what information he's been able to get from Mr. Smiley, anything along those lines.
Do you recall around what time you got the call or that you went out to the house?
It was shortly after 5 o'clock, 5:06, 5:07, somewhere around in there.
Nighttime?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Afternoon, right. I'm sorry.
When you arrived on the scene, where was Carly Gregg?
She was not there.
Did law enforcement know where she was at that time?
No, ma'am.
When you go into the house, kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you're assessing at that time.
So and this will be kind of hitting the fast forward button a little bit. So there are a couple of things that transpire after I make contact with Hunter. I provide him some information in order to get an incident log started, a crime scene log, crime scene integrity sheet, what have you, and essentially get my camera. And then our investigators I can hear them on the radio coming en route, so to speak, and basically informing our dispatcher that they're en route to the scene. And as that is beginning to happen, I simply take my camera, get some gloves, and because the gloves are, regardless of whether or not people think about it, gloves are they're important. They're a big thing when it comes to crime scenes. We have touch DNA in our skin. Believe it or not, we skin cells come off of our hands, regardless of whether or not we know it, and we leave those. We transfer those on different surfaces and things along those lines. And so gloves are an important thing when it comes to crime scenes. And so I obtained a pair of gloves, got my camera, and then essentially begin to try and photograph the residents. Start on the outside, and then work from the outside in. And basically, we're just trying to document and preserve the house the way it is, as we find it, so to speak.
Investigator Burnell, I want to take a step back. You mentioned something about setting up a crime scene log. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen what that means and why that's important?
So when I got there, the Deputy Lewis had facilitated the putting up of the tape, the cliche, the crime scene tape that most people see on television and stuff like that. Well, what you may not see is a crime scene log. So it's essentially a document, a landscaped piece of paper that's got a bunch of lines on it. It's got a name, a place for an agency, the time in, time out, and purpose for scene on some of them. It's essentially to document the comings and goings of everybody on that particular scene, whether or not you're a law enforcement officer, you're a coroner, you are a medical member of the medical personnel, whether or not you're fire, paramedic, so on and so forth.
During the time that you have a crime scene taped off and you're doing this log, is anyone other than first responders and law enforcement, and I'm including the coroner in that, allowed in that crime scene?
No, ma'am.
I want to talk to you. You talked about gloves, and I know that when we watched that video, Deputy Lewis did not have gloves on
Correct.
when he first went to the house. I mean, y'all don't drive around in your patrol car with gloves on, right?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And so when you were on patrol, I mean, initially when you come out to a shooting call, what is your main goal at that point?
Irrespective of any type of call, our first priority when it comes to law enforcement is the preservation of life. If I leave today and God forbid come upon some scene or something like that where somebody is in dire need of emergency medical help, I'm not going back to get my gloves. Like you begin to administer first aid regardless of that, and then we'll deal with the consequences and repercussions after the fact. Like we have to be able to preserve life. That is our number one priority, and then everything else falls secondary and tertiary and so on and so forth to that.
I want to talk a little bit more in a minute about your processing of the scene, but I also want to talk about, I mean, when you arrived there, what did you learn? You said you later learned that Heath Smiley was the man on the front porch.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What was his condition?
He had sustained a single gunshot wound, I believe. So it would be his right and our left shoulder had a through and through gunshot wound to the left upper torso. I guess we can say it that way.
And what about was there someone else in the home when you went there?
There were no other living people inside the home whenever I got there. The body of Ashley Smiley was found in a room that was later determined to be controlled and normally occupied by Carly Madison Gregg.
In the course of your investigation, did you prepare a layout of the Smiley household?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem Swinton. I've handed you a piece of paper. Could you take a look at that and tell me what that is?
So it's a very general, non-scale layout of the residence at 214 Ashton Way.
And is this a document that you prepared?
Correct.
And what were you using this document for?
Essentially, we were using it for courtroom purposes. I mean, at the end of the day, like I know what the house looks like. You all don't know what the house looks like. You're not there. I can give you pictures of the best pictures in the world of a crime scene, but at the end of the day, if you can't look at it visually and kind of see how I move from room to room taking those photographs and essentially kind of see the layout of the home, whenever you're hearing 911 calls or you're hearing us talk about different things on the scene or you're hearing us discuss search warrants or something like that during the testimony phase, where you won't be able to you won't really be able to know where we are or where my mind is as I recollect that.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the layout that you prepared in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that this be marked as State's next exhibit. I believe it's 11.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted as 11 all purposes.
Investigator Burnell, you talked about that you go through and your initial thing that you do on the scene, besides of course assessing where the two people are, is taking photographs, documenting that evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you documented the outside of the home?
Correct.
Did you also document any telephones in that house?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
So, essentially when I finish taking my exterior pictures, move up to the threshold of the house, which I'm gonna see if I can spin around a little bit. So, essentially, I'm finishing up. This is north. This is generally going to be east. That's generally west, and of course, this is generally south. So we get to the threshold of the house, and essentially start taking pictures in almost a 360 pattern. Okay, so we're going to take as many photographs overlapping each frame as we go, and until we cover all of this room. Go inside, close the door, and then grab the area that we couldn't get because the door's open, of course, and then we're going to photograph all of that too. That's kind of systematically going through and trying to clear or document or photograph each room in the house.
I want to, may I approach the witness room? I handed you 2 photos.
Yes,
could
ma'am.
you identify, or could you look at those and tell me what's in those photographs?
So essentially your first shot as an investigator when you get on scene needs to be of the front of the house. We typically like to have the mailbox in it, or at least some markings on the front of the house. That way it's readily identifiable as, well, this was 214 Ashton Way, and not 215, 213, 221 or anything along those lines. I know that all these photographs are from 214 Ashton Way from this photograph until the last one. So the next photograph, whenever we entered in through that threshold I told you about a second ago from the living room, there is a let's call it a small entertainment center. It's about knee high. It's wooden. It's about the same color as this banister in front of you all, and it essentially has 2 phones on it. So this black phone and this white phone. So the white phone was later determined to be the property of Ashley Smiley, and the black phone over here on the left was later determined to be the phone of belonging to Carly Madison Gregg.
Investigator Brunel, do those appear to be true and accurate copies of 2 of the photographs that you took on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that these be moved into evidence as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Right. Front of the house will be marked as 12. The other one will be marked as 13.
Permission to approach the witness room?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would take a look at those and just let me know when you finish looking at them.
Okay, ma'am.
Do those appear to also be a true and accurate copy of some of the pictures that you took from the crime scene that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those particular pictures, I'm not asking you to describe them to the jury yet, but
Yes, ma'am.
could you tell me generally what are those photographs? What
So
are they of?
so the first one on top is a nylon single strap retention holster that was located on the bed in the master bedroom, which is believed to have been occupied and controlled by Heath Smiley and Ashley Smiley. The second photograph is the countertop in the kitchen of the residence that basically depicts some clothing, a scarf, and a winter wear jacket, a .357 silver revolver handgun, and then that is a large scale, a wide frame photo. And then the next one is a medium frame photo showing the same handgun. And then the next photograph is a serial number image of the same handgun I just described to you. Now you can see it's a Taurus .357 Magnum handgun revolver. The last photograph are 6 cartridges and 1 live .38 special round that were recovered from that particular silver revolver.
Those are photographs that were taken from the scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that
Yes,
a
ma'am.
true and accurate copy of those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
First one with the holster will be S14. Second one, medium frame will be S15. And the serial number will be S16. You can move trailers out, Molly.
Serial number 16.
Is there one more? Two more? Those will be marked S17, S18. You may proceed.
Investigator Burnell, as you were making your way through the house, were there, other than the murder weapon, were there other guns that you documented within the Smiley residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were they located?
They were in the master bedroom, master closet.
Permission to approach to return? You'll just take a look at those for me.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Detective Burnell, do those appear to be the, or what generally are those in those photographs?
The first two photographs, one is a close-up image of a pump master, a 760 pump master. It looks like a pellet rifle or a BB gun. The third photograph is a camouflage shotgun, and then the last photograph is an AR-style platformed rifle.
Are those true and accurate copies of photographs that you took from the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as a composite exhibit, just with the other guns located in the house.
Any objection?
Just clarification, you said there's 3 photos, you can't have 4.
Yeah, there's 4 photographs. 3 different guns, but 4 photographs.
Any objection to any of the 4 photos?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they'll be admitted S19, S20, S21, and S22.
Investigator Burnell, did you also photograph inside the bedroom of Heath and Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a desk located in that room?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach witness, Your Honor? I handed you 2 photographs. If you would look at those for me.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could generally tell me what those photographs are.
So the first photograph is of the desk at a wide angle. It shows 2 computers. Looks like some sort of a knitting bag or something along those lines. In the chair behind the knitting, or in between the chair back and the knitting bag, are some boxes that are revealed in the next photograph, which are some essentially they appear to be THC boxes, empty boxes for THC vape pens. And then there is a like a Leatherman multi-tool.
And how many of the vape pen boxes are there?
There are 4, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
I'll be admitted all purposes. That's next in number. Was that next there? All right, you proceed.
Mr. Burnell, looking at the layout, and I apologize, I don't have that exhibit number that you prepared. there's a dining room and sort of a kitchen area that are open, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any doors that lead to the outside near the dining area?
Yes, ma'am. So there is, generally speaking, there is almost like a shotgun style door from the front door through to the door that in the dining area that led to the backyard of the residence.
And did you also take pictures of that doorway?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Sam, as a matter of housekeeping, do you want me to try and keep these in order? Okay.
I handed you two photographs, Investigator Burnell. If you could take a look at those for me, please.
Okay.
Could you tell me what's reflected in that first picture?
So the first photograph is essentially it depicts the dining area table where the Smileys and Miss Gregg may have eaten a meal. In the corner of that room, there is a black dog kennel. I'm assuming for the two golden retrievers that they had. And there's a white cord hanging down from the wall near the corner of the room. The second photograph is of the back door itself, and it's essentially just the back door.
And where does that back door lead?
Into the backyard, which kind of encompasses the house itself, makes kind of an L shape, as you can see via the scale drawing. So it makes an L shape, and so the backyard simply makes the corresponding L.
Are those true and accurate copies of some of the photographs that you took from the crime scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
We'd ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibits.
Any objection? The one described as the dining table will be S25. And the one described as the photo of the door will be S26.
Investigator Burnell, before we move on to any other pictures, I want to ask you about that S25,
Okay.
The cord that's hanging from there.
Yes, ma'am.
In processing the crime scene, did you have any idea what that cord went to?
I did not. It's a USB-C cable. From my recollection, I didn't know exactly what it went to at the time. We hypothesized that it was part of some home surveillance system.
As you sit here today, do you know what was plugged into that cord?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
It was a WISE home surveillance system camera that was recovered after the 19th.
Okay, thank you. Did you also photograph throughout the home the laundry room area?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach the witness line? I handed you actually a stack of photos. If you
Okay.
could take a look at those, please.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Do those appear to be true and accurate copies of some of the photographs that you took from the crime scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's of the laundry room area?
So the initial photograph on top is kind of like a transitional photograph from the kitchen area into that laundry room, but yes, ma'am.
All right, we'd ask that those be marked as state's next exhibits.
No objection.
They'll be moved in next in number. How many do we have? You just tell me what they're marked. Just mark them. Tell me what you're marked. marked S27 through S34.
I want to come back to those, Investigator Brunel, but I want to
ma'am.
get through some of the other photographs that you took.
Okay.
Did you also go into or the defendant's bedroom and photograph the deceased victim, Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner President. You want to take a look at those photographs?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Do they appear to be accurate copies of some of the photographs that you took from the crime scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are of the defendant, the transition into the bedroom, and then of the deceased victim, Ashley Smiley.
That's correct.
Now we'd ask that those be marked state's next exhibit.
Objection.
Mark them numerically, sequentially, and give me the numbers. I'll be admitted 35 through 37.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Investigator Brunel, so again, what is the reason for documenting the crime scene?
Essentially, so that way we can preserve the way it was whenever we arrived on scene. The photographs and the body worn camera recordings are a great way to do that.
Do things get moved once you start processing the scene?
Of course. For instance, in this case, initially, so when, as I said before, like the preservation of life is our first responsibility. In preparing for this trial today, this week, I had the occasion to look at body-worn camera video evidence. When Deputy Lewis goes into the house to check on the victim, he tries to see if there are any signs of life. He's touching her arms and he's lifting up the towel that was placed upon her head, and he's essentially trying to see if there's any way to save this young lady. And of course, then right after him, the fire department comes in, does essentially the same thing. They're placing leads to see if there's any heart rate activity, and so they're moving her arms from the position in which they were placed on her torso. They're lifting up the towel that was placed on her head that would have been replaced by Deputy Lewis. And so there are things getting moved around, and so taking the photographs and trying to preserve the way that the crime scene was at that time is a very important and a very vital function of crime scene processing. The other aspect is, so during active scenes like that, where you essentially have some like a quasi-active shooter type situation, you are in a situation where you don't know where the suspect is. They're not readily apparent. They're hiding in the linen closet. Did they pull down the attic ladder and they're hiding upstairs? Like, are they hiding under a bed or something like that? So when officers are going through systematically trying to clear and make sure that we're not walking into an ambush or walking into a situation where now we are about to sustain more casualties as a result of this one defendant, things get moved. We have had situations in previous cases where shell casings have been in the roadway after drive-by shootings. Well, cars don't stop just because there's shell casings in the roadway. They get run over all the time. So recording those with photographs and body-worn camera videos and things along those lines is a lot of times our best way to preserve kind of how they were prior to those disturbances.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Is it all right if I question from here for a while? I want to point you to, or I'll just look at the exhibits and then I'll ask Mr. Brunel about them, Investigator Brunel. I'm looking at exhibit 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34.
Investigator Brunella, it appears that you're taking photographs of the wall, the sheetrock in the wall, as well as the door leading into the garage. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen why you thought it was important to document that?
So, leading the transition from the kitchen into the laundry room area right here, or the mud room and laundry room type of situation in this house, you can clearly see a dot in the middle of the doorway there, which is of course the door's open. So there's clearly a defect in that wall. It's not how it came from the manufacturer. Something made that defect. And so as we continue into that room, so this is a more medium scale drawing, a more medium scale photograph where you can actually see the dot, the defect a little bit more defined. And so, skipping ahead a little bit, so number 33 is actually an up-close image of what that defect looks like. And you'll see, let me go back wide, so you'll see the bag, okay? So there's a piece of the wall. If I just take a picture of a white wall, it's going to be very hard for you to maintain reference. So the yellow bag that's also next to this defect is in that medium scale drawing, or the medium scale photograph, and then it's in the up close photograph. That way it helps us maintain reference throughout, because we took hundreds of pictures of this house and the crime scene within, and so we can clearly see now the up close photograph of that defect in the wall. And so that's more or less kind of the reason for doing it in that fashion, is so that way we can record those defects. Because at the end of the day, I'm not a ballistics expert. I can only call the holes defects. I can say that they are, in a layman's terms, they are what would appear to be similar to a hole that a bullet would make if it went through a similar object. But is essentially just a defect in a wall, and that is how they are classified in my report. That is how they are classified as we process the crime scene itself.
Later in your investigation, what did you learn occurred in that laundry room?
After we had the opportunity to obtain some information from Mr. Smiley, we learned that he had come home, and of course this is kind of a culmination of things, not just the interview with him, but also the viewing of a surveillance camera that was positioned in approximately the same area as the garage door opener. When Mr. Smiley arrives home, the garage door's up, and he enters through the residence through that particular method. And so, sorry, I'm looking for number 11. And so when he enters the residence, there it is. So he enters through this carport right here, okay? So there's a storage room door right there, utility closet, what have you. And so he enters the laundry room right here, and then according to him, he later stated that Miss Gregg essentially lie in wait at the door, this door right here. So there's a door right here, a door that goes across into the corresponding carport, and so you essentially have Miss Gregg lie in wait here, and as soon as he comes into the mud room, shuts the door, he's immediately met with gunfire. And we would later learn through some interviews there were 3 shots fired, and then of course you can note 3 different defects. The one I just showed you a minute ago in the wall next to the yellow bag, so to speak. There's another defect. This is in the door itself, down next to the bottom. It's a for lack of a better term, like a 4-panel door. It's got four little panels, for lack of a better term, 4 little panels. It's a metal door with essentially like a foam innard, and there is a defect down in the bottom, one of the bottom panels of the door, and then there's a defect in the wall behind the door, illustrating that the door was closed at the time that the round was fired, or that the defect was made. I'm sorry.
In processing this scene, you photographed it. Did you ever take any items into evidence?
Yes, ma'am. Multiple items of evidence. If you would like me to go into those, so we, as I was initially arriving on scene, Pafford, the ambulance service, was preparing to transport Mr. Smiley to the emergency room at Baptist Hospital. In order to evaluate the severity of the gunshot wound he had sustained in his upper torso, they essentially had removed his upper garment. He is a healthcare worker, so essentially it was a scrub top and a t-shirt and an undershirt. So they had essentially taken those off and discarded them on the front patio to the house. So essentially you have a front patio right here, which I'm sure is depicted very well in the photographs and in the body-worn camera video. But the shirt is discarded right here by the ambulance service. That was later collected by us, as well as Mr. Smiley's bottoms once he got to the hospital. With regard to the laundry room and the carport area itself, so we were able to later find that there was a projectile. Again, I'm not a ballistics expert or anything along those lines, but a projectile that seemingly lines up with the defect that we have here on State's Exhibit 32 in the lower part of that door. Went down it struck the carport floor, went into a rolled up carpet, and then essentially came to final rest in front of a blue Chevrolet Traverse, I believe is what it was. That was essentially Ashley Smiley's primary vehicle. That particular projectile came to rest right in front of the passenger side door, approximately. The defect that I was telling you about a second ago with the yellow bag exited out that wall and then struck the cargo rack of the same SUV, essentially fragmented almost, and then pieces of it were recovered at the back driver's side corner of that particular vehicle. So those were two partial, in part or whole projectiles that we recovered.
Detective Verdell, if I may interrupt you for a moment, did you collect those and store those pieces of evidence separately?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach to enshrine. Permission to bring his evidence too.
He's not required to open anything else. We can.
Sure, talk about what's in. Yes, sir. If you can, I handed you one box to begin with.
Okay.
Without opening that, can you tell the jurors what that is?
So this is it's essentially what we would call like a bullet box, so to speak. It's a very loose general term. It's got a piece of cotton or a piece of fabric in the bottom of it to essentially keep the bullet from rubbing around and things like that. But it is marked P2 or projectile 2. It is marked with the date, and which was 3/20 of 2024, because by the time we concluded our on-scene investigation, got everything back to the sheriff's office, and started doing our crime scene, our evidence log and logging everything in, we had crossed midnight. So it's got 3/20 of 24 on it, my initials, and then our sheriff's office evidence custodian has a barcode that he prints off and affixes to every piece of evidence we have. So that way it's a scan and go type of situation where if I need to log it out here to the crime lab, he can scan my name, scan the piece of evidence, and it's logged out to me, and vice versa. So when we take evidence back from the crime lab, it's scanned in and then scanned my name, and it's checked back into evidence.
Does that appear to be unaltered in any way since the time that you removed that item?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
All right, we'd ask that that be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection. Head it to the court. The state's next number be marked S38.
turn. Investigator Burnell, I handed you another box. If you could take a look at that and see if you can identify that for me.
So this is, of course, the other one, P2. In the description on the box, it says projectile on ground, RAX 0438 front of vehicle. So this would have been the nearly intact projectile that we recovered from the front. So the P1, this box that I was just provided, has projectile on ground, RAX 0438 rear of vehicle. So this is the partial projectile that we recovered, the fragmented projectile that we recovered, driver's side rear corner of that same vehicle that essentially had exited through the wall next to the yellow bag, or what we believe exited through the wall next to the yellow bag.
Is that does that appear to be unaltered in any way from when you removed it from the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Be marked as 39 all purposes.
Investigator Burnell, y'all also recovered the live round and the empty shell casings, and those were also boxed up and put into evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
What about the murder weapon? Can you tell us when you walked into the house where that was located?
It was on the countertop in the kitchen, as identified in the photograph.
During your course of investigation, how did you learn that that was the gun that was used to shoot Ashley Smiley?
So when Deputy Lewis initially arrived on scene, Mr. Smiley told him that the gun she had used was on the countertop, that he had opened the cylinder. There was one live round, six empty cartridges in the cylinder.
So you were in your course of investigation, did you learn that the same gun was used to shoot Heath Smiley that was also used to kill Ashley Smiley?
That is correct. So later on in the investigation, we received a crime lab report from the Mississippi Crime Lab in Pearl, Mississippi, that identified projectiles recovered from the body of Ashley Smiley were similar in characteristic and in nature to the firearm we recovered from the countertop of the kitchen in the Smiley residence. There was also a report from the Mississippi Crime Lab in Pearl, Mississippi, that identified a DNA swabs that.
Approach. What's the objection?
It's just we're making an objection. He's talking about documents that aren't in evidence.
Sustained.
Investigator Burnell, who relayed to law enforcement that the gun found at the home was used by Carly Gregg?
Heath Smiley told us that that's the one that she had used.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor. I handed you a box, Investigator Burnell. Can you tell me what's located in that box?
I can tell you that without opening the box, I can tell you that it is the same box that contains the Taurus 357 Magnum revolver. This is the same serial number that is on one of the state's exhibits in this photograph. This is my handwriting, my chain of custody information, so to speak, over here on the right-hand side. This is the arrow that I drew whenever I wanted to indicate to crime lab personnel which way the barrel was pointing when they opened the box up. This is a evidence label that was affixed. This is evidence tape that we put on the box, and then this is the crime lab's own seal and barcode information. It appears to be that particular firearm.
Your Honor, we'd ask that that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection. Be marked S40.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be allowed to open that and inspect it and make sure that is the same firearm as well.
Okay. You have scissors?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Always getting that over. It's after lunch. Do any of the jurors need an afternoon stretch? No. Sometimes people get sleepy. If you do, just stand up for a second, okay?
Your Honor, may I remove it from the box?
So this indeed is the firearm that was used, and there are seven empty cartridge holders in the cylinder, and this is the same serial number for the firearm in the photographs and depicted on the box. I removed it from the box because I just don't point firearms at people unless I know they're unloaded.
Which is also why I don't want to publish that to the jury. I don't want
Correct.
them passing it around
Correct.
while we're talking.
Correct.
But I did notice, Investigator Brunel, that you made sure you cleared it to make sure that there was nothing in that weapon.
Correct.
Before you opened it out of the box.
Correct.
You mentioned earlier that there were projectiles found in Miss Smiley.
Correct.
Could you tell the ladies? Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you. You mentioned earlier that there were projectiles recovered from Ashley Smiley's body.
Yes, ma'am.
In the course of your investigation, did you learn where those projectiles were found?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach the witness.
Overruled at this time, but pending further objection.
Investigator Burnell, the first item I handed you that was bagged, do you have any personal knowledge through your course of this investigation what that bag was?
Oh, I'm sorry. I simply know what these items are due to the crime lab reports that we received via our results.
We're gonna make an objection.
Sustain.
Yes, sir.
You want to mark them Friday?
Yes, I would like to have them marked for ID.
All right, mark it S41 and S42 for ID purposes only.
Investigator Burnell, you talked about there were other items of evidence. I want to talk about at some point when you arrived on the scene, the defendant was not in the home.
Correct.
While you were there and you were processing the crime scene, at some point was she taken into custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Walk us through what you learned about that and what your next steps were.
So essentially, while I was photographing doing the crime scene photography, for lack of a better term, multiple units from the sheriff's office. We have a narcotics task force with the Rankin County Sheriff's Office, Madison Police Department, Madison County Sheriff's Office. That also includes somewhat of an intelligence liaison, and so with that intelligence liaison, we have access to drones and robots and other type of resources that essentially provide us remote surveillance capabilities and things along those lines. We were also in touch with the Mississippi Highway Patrol to obtain the services, or to obtain the resources related to their helicopter. Because we essentially established our inner perimeter around the crime scene. We were staging officers around the area in somewhat of a loose perimeter, so to speak, to keep Miss Gregg from getting north or south of Old Fannin Road, getting outside the Farmington subdivision, which is where 214 Ashton Way is located in Rankin County, Mississippi. But through the course of that time, one of our interdiction officers radioed in that he had obtained he had taken into custody the 14-year-old suspect in this case, and it was clarified through one of the patrol supervisors that was the suspect we were looking for, and he confirmed that it was. She was brought to the scene where Investigator Davis took a gunshot residue kit, which is essentially like a couple of dowels in an envelope. Those dowels are used in order to collect gunshot residue. They're submitted to the Mississippi Crime Lab in order to test for the presence of someone having fired a firearm recently.
Did you actually observe Investigator Davis perform a portion of that?
A portion of it, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Investigator Burnell, are you familiar with what I've just handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have personal knowledge of what's in that envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell me what that is?
So this is a gunshot residue kit that we issue out to our investigators. It bears Carly Gregg's name, Investigator Davis's badge number, name, our agency name, the case number, the chain of custody information, and then it has our evidence signature, our evidence thing on it. Inside of this are the little metal dowels that I was telling you about a second ago that essentially are used to rub on the skin. They're used to rub on surfaces in order to determine the presence of this gunshot residue.
Other than the markings from the Mississippi Crime Lab, does that appear to be altered in any way?
Your Honor, we're going to object on that if I may approach.
Yes, sir. For ID purposes only at this time. Y'all approach.
What is that?
It's a gunshot residue kit.
And who was that gunshot residue kit performed on?
Carly Madison Gregg.
And I believe your testimony was that you observed part of that gunshot residue
Correct.
testing. Your Honor, we'd ask that this be marked as State's Exhibit next.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted. That's 43, all purposes.
Investigator Burnell, what other testing are you aware of, or that you have personal knowledge of, that occurred on the defendant that day?
That day, the gunshot residue kit was collected from her. She was photographed after she was brought to the scene. And when I say she was photographed, head to toe, including hands, front and back. Her clothes were later taken and collected as evidence and kept.
May I approach Witness John? Investigator Burnell, who's in that photograph?
Carly Madison Gregg.
And is that the same Carly Madison Gregg that you observed on the scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
That's after she'd been taken into custody?
That's correct.
Or we'd ask that that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection? Be admitted as 44 all purposes.
Investigator Burnell, earlier we introduced some photographs of some vape pen boxes. Did you actually remove those items from the home as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said also along with a knife of some sort?
Correct.
Permission to approach the witness line?
Yes, ma'am.
Great.
Investigator Burnell, does that appear to be the items, including the vape pen boxes and the multi-tool or the knife that you removed from the home that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that appear to be altered in any way from the day that you took it?
No, ma'am.
All right, we'd ask that that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection? Be marked as 45 all purposes. Be admitted.
You were tasked with processing the crime scene in this case, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And when you got there, you said there was one deceased victim.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that that is exhibit, Madam President. Looking at exhibit 36, could you tell me if that is the position of Ashley Smiley when you found her laying in the floor dead of Carly Gregg's bedroom?
When I initially entered the room, no, ma'am. So the towel had been placed back on her face, and then for the purposes of photographing her body unobscured, because at that point in time, we weren't sure who had put the towel on her face until the investigation progressed and continued. So the towel was removed and she was photographed.
The next exhibit, number 36.
37?
37,
Okay.
sorry about that, 37. Is that Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your investigation and your training in crime scenes, what does it appear that has happened to Miss Smiley in that photograph?
So it appears as though she sustained 3 different gunshot wounds to the head. So these 3 these 2, one here and then another here, essentially were shot from distance. The one down here under the chin, you can see a what is referred to as a stippling on the skin, so when I took that certified investigator's course through the state, we go into what close contact gunshot wounds looks like. In this particular case, so anything close contact is considered 36 inches and less. So here you can see the stippling in the skin just under the chin, but essentially what you have there is burnt powder. When it exits the muzzle of the firearm, it lands on the skin because it doesn't have the distance in order to spread out and burn up before it makes contact with any of the surface, and so it makes contact with the skin and essentially burns the skin.
Commissioner the President Schreiner, I'd ask that these 2 photographs be published to the jury.
And with the bailiff.
Investigator Burnell, you discussed with us, and now the ladies and gentlemen have seen that photograph. You discussed that only one of the gunshot wounds or defects appeared to have stippling.
That's correct.
And what does that indicate to you?
So the firearm was within about 3 feet of Miss Smiley's head as she was laying prostrate on the floor, face up.
After you processed the crime scene that day, what other involvement did you have directly with this case?
So after we concluded our time on scene and we took our evidence to the sheriff's office to begin the task of logging it into evidence, photographing it prior to packaging, photographing the packaging, making sure that it was stored for later submission to the Mississippi Crime Lab, and stored for purposes of court proceedings and things along those lines. We, and when I say we, Investigator Cotton, Zachary Cotton and I, Deputy Hunter Lewis and Deputy Dustin Smith, they were doing their initial reports for their response to the scene that day, while Investigator Cotton and I were handling the evidence packaging and things along those lines. During that particular time, we had concluded the evidence portion, and Mr. Smith had actually come over to discuss the court trial that we were actually in that week, and Investigator Smith heard a knock on our front door and went forward to see kind of what was going on, if somebody needed our assistance or kind of what was happening, and a father made him aware that his daughter had actually been there that day with Miss Gregg and that he was bringing her forth as a witness.
At that time, did you, excuse me, did you participate in an interview of that child and her father?
I did, yes ma'am.
And based off of what you learned, what did you learn from that interview?
Am I allowed to say her name or just her initials? She was identified as Brooke Wafer. She was, her father and her cousin accompanied her to the sheriff's office that day. We brought them into an interview room. She was essentially a peer and a schoolmate of Carly Gregg's. They both attended Northwest Rankin, and she essentially told us, and we were being very careful in our interviewing of her, simply until we could gain guidance the following date about whether or not we needed to obtain the services of the Child Advocacy Center. The Child Advocacy Center simply stands as a neutral party in order to forensically interview children, whether or not they are victims or witnesses that have experienced traumatic events in life. And so,
Investigator
Yes, ma'am.
Burnell, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the fact that Rankin County has a protocol in place about the age of certain witnesses?
yes ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And is that why your office wanted to make sure that it was okay for the sheriff's department to, in fact, interview this child because she was 16 at the time?
Correct. So anybody 17 and under, we usually try and obtain some guidance as to whether or not CAC interview will be necessary. Considering Miss Wafer's maturity and her chronological age, we went ahead and conducted an interview with her at a later date, which was more detailed in nature. But for the purposes of the initial interview that night, she essentially stated that Miss Gregg had contacted her, said that it was an emergency, she needed to come by the house. Her father drove her to that particular location like he had done times before, and dropped her off. I believe he said it was about 5 o'clock. And so we continued interviewing her, trying to ask generalized questions. What did you do when you got there? Miss Gregg met her at the front. Miss Carly Gregg met her at the front door, and essentially asked her, "Do dead bodies make you squeamish?" And she said, "No, I don't think so." And Miss Gregg proceeds to take her back to to her own bedroom, where her mother's body lie deceased at that point in time. And so she stated that during this point in time, Miss Ashley Smiley already had the towel on her face. Her arms were in a fixed position across her torso, and that Miss Gregg had a silver revolver. I believe she identified the handle as being brown instead of black, that black rubberized grip, but stated that it was a very large very large revolver type firearm. And then shortly after that, she told Miss Wafer that Miss Gregg told Miss Wafer, it's like I shot my mom 3 times, and as soon as my stepdad gets home, I got 3 shots for him. They shortly thereafter, she was asked if she wanted to wait in the backyard. She said she did. Went out the back door that was described to you a second ago, next to the dog kennel, and waited. Once Mr. Smiley arrived home, she heard 3 shots. Miss Wafer stated she heard 3 shots. Miss Gregg ran out the back door, and they both ran around that L shape of the house. There's a privacy fence around this entire backyard. So they come out this door, run around the back of the carport. There's a small shed right here in the yard. Run out this way, jump the fence, run up the driveway where we later learned that they split off. Miss Wafer went to another friend's house in the neighborhood. Miss Gregg circled back around and went to the Magnolia Point subdivision, which is an adjacent neighborhood to Farmington.
After your presence in the interview with Miss Wafer and her father that night, what was your next involvement in this case, if any?
So I believe my next involvement was on the 22nd. During that initial interview with Miss Wafer, we learned that there were I guess I should back up. So the 22nd, we wanted to try and get a copy of Mr. Smiley's phone. Investigator Cotton had been discussing the case with him, trying to get more information with him due to the traumatic nature of what he experienced. A lot of times in my profession, we see what we would like to call traumatic mind. People experience trauma and essentially resolve it, handle it in different ways. The point being, days after that, things begin to come clear because your mind enters a fight, flight, or freeze type of mode. And so as he began to kind of come out of that, Investigator Cotton had talked with him, talked about getting a forensic extraction of his cell phone in order to figure out whether or not there were any messages, because he had received 2 messages that day from Miss Smiley's phone that didn't seem like her. And so we wanted to obtain copies of those text messages. So on the 22nd, we found out that Mr. Smiley had obtained the camera that was within the garage. We had overlooked it during the initial processing of the scene. He had collected it for us, and I had gone by to our investigator Cotton, collected the SD card from him and provided it to me. So during the initial look at that particular memory card, found that all the videos for the 19th were missing. The file folder was in place along with all the other file folders, which aroused some alarm. And so had deputies Lewis and Hunter, they were helping us canvass the area after Mr. Smiley stated that the camera from the kitchen had been missing. So we recanvassed the neighborhood, canvassed Magnolia Point subdivision, essentially trying to locate this camera that was gone. And during that point in time, I had a memory card reader, a little box you plug in your computer and you can read the little memory sticks or the SD cards. Plugged it in, found what I found, and found the videos missing. Went back to the residence with deputies Lewis and Hunter for the purposes of having their body camera to essentially provide some accountability and some transparency to the situation. Had a conversation with Mr. Smiley about the missing videos, and learned that Basically, he was used to a Microsoft product and was using an Apple product in which to look at the SD card. So when he looked in order to try and preserve the videos on the SD card from the Apple product, he cut and pasted inadvertently instead of copy and paste. And so he allowed me access to his computer. I found the video files that were missing at that point in time, retrieved those, looked into the recycle bin, the trash folder, what have you, on the Apple product, and confirmed that there were no videos in that particular area, which would, illustrate to us that he may have been attempting to destroy evidence. We had a conversation with him about the need, if he obtained or if he found or if he recovered any other evidence in the house, not to touch it, not to do anything with it, to call us. We were here to help him in any way we could, and we did not want the inference to be made that he was tampering with evidence, and essentially create a problem with the prosecution of Ms. Gregg's case. And so he was very understanding of that particular point, and after we left that particular time, he was later provided that cell phone back that we obtained the extraction of, as well as that SD card after we made a copy of it along with the videos. That was my involvement on the 22nd. We would later go back and do the more detailed interview with Miss Wafer at her parents' house in the Castlewood subdivision.
I want to ask you about the conversation with Heath Smiley about
Okay.
the tampering with the physical evidence. Did you ever tell him that you were going to charge him with a crime?
No, ma'am. The inference that I wanted him to understand is that he was a victim of a crime. He, was essentially, he had just lost his wife, a stepdaughter that he had essentially spent a good deal of time with over the past several years, had essentially been fighting for in an embattled custody chancery court issue, and he essentially looked at her like a daughter. And to have this happen to him, we were very understanding in the situation that he was in, but at the same time, we don't want to create problems where there aren't any. We would much rather the victims of the complaints in these situations just leave the evidence alone, call us, hey, look, I found X, Y, and Z. Can you come pick it up, collect it? Not a problem. We'll take care of it. That essentially puts the onus on us, not Mr. Smiley. It doesn't put it on anybody else. If the evidence is mishandled or if something happens to it, that's my fault. That's my problem. It's not on him. It can't be construed or misconstrued that he is tampering with evidence, that he's doing anything in order to hinder the prosecution of this particular case.
Investigator Moreno, I want to just pick on you a little bit.
Okay.
You're not perfect, right?
No, ma'am. The only infallible person died on a cross for us.
So you would agree with me, too, that absolutely no investigation is perfect, right?
I would agree with that, yes, ma'am.
And in fact, I think ladies and gentlemen have heard that while there were multiple deputies and investigators over at Mr. Smiley's residence, you did not know that there was a camera in the garage.
Correct. Completely overlooked it. Yes, ma'am.
Those sort of things can happen from time to time.
I agree. Yes, ma'am.
Does any issues with your investigation, maybe that you missed the camera at first, does anything change with regards to who the shooter was in this case?
No, ma'am.
Does it change the crimes that were committed in this case?
No, ma'am.
And based on your investigation, who in fact was the person who pulled the trigger and shot Ashley Smiley and killed her, shot her 3 times?
Carly Madison Gregg.
And who was the person that either shot Heath or at Heath 3 times?
Carly Madison Gregg.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
Y'all still need the break? Yes. All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's go ahead and take our mid-afternoon break. If y'all would, go ahead and use the restroom. We'll take about a 15-minute break. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
All right, the record will reflect where outside the presence of the jury. We're going to take a recess. You're not to speak to anybody about your testimony, okay?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, if you need to use the restroom, bailiff will show you back there to the back, go to the restroom, come back and sit down. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, everyone else will be in recess till 2:30. All right, we're on the record while Mr. Livingston's setting up, just making sure we're not going to show anything that hasn't been introduced into evidence, correct? You can introduce it into evidence and then show it.
Yes, it has not been introduced. I have to lay the foundation.
That's fine. I just want to make sure nothing goes on the projector without being introduced into evidence.
Your Honor, and I know that what they're trying to play, we will have an objection to it. I don't know if you want us to go ahead and take that up.
Yeah, let's go ahead and deal with this right now. What's your objection?
Probably on the other
That door, Michael.
Close the door. Close the door. Make sure no juror can hear.
It's been brought to our attention that they're going to attempt to play a body cam video of Deputy Tony Shack. Obviously, this is not Deputy Tony Shack, and Investigator Burnell was not present during a large portion of this video. And so we don't think that he can authenticate it. We don't think it's proper, and we don't think that he should be questioned or that it should be presented to the jury through this witness.
Response.
Your Honor, he's on the video. He's already testified that he's aware of the body cams. He's looked at the body cams, and that's where we're going. If he's seen the body cams, then he can authenticate it, and then we can.
Didn't you just make the exact opposite argument about a projectile?
Yes, Your Honor. And guess what came in? The projectile.
No, the projectile's not evidence. All right, look, both y'all stop. He can be questioned about the parts of the body camera that he's on. All right, the body camera that he's not on can't impeach him unless he testified about it. Does that make sense?
You're 100% correct.
So you got to narrow it down to the part where he's on camera. I'm assuming you're offering it for some type of impeachment.
We're asking. We're not asking for impeachment purposes. We're clarification of what happened.
All right. He can testify to the objection be overruled. He can testify to the part he's on. That's where we are. Okay. Any further objection?
Your Honor, but they're intending to play the whole video to the jury.
I think I understand the court's ruling. He can testify to what he's on, and if I'm not using that, then there won't be a video. So just
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So just ask him the question: did you see A? He says, no, I didn't see A. Then we'll deal with the body camera. Okay. All right. We ready now?
Yes. You're on the screen too.
Okay. It's not going on right now, correct?
It's up there. I can turn it off.
Yeah, we don't need it until.
Just minimize it.
Yes, sir. I'll just turn the screen off for now.
All right. All right. Stay ready.
Yes, sir.
Defense ready.
We are, Your Honor.
Bring him in.
Hey, police court?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Burnell, what was your, I guess, your role on March 19th when you showed up at the scene? Your role, you're an investigator, correct?
Correct.
And I know you went and you explained to the jury what an investigator does. You're one of the managers. You're one of the guys in charge of the scene, and you're telling the other individuals what they need to be doing. Would that be a correct assessment?
That's a fair assessment. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And if I remember, at the scene, and you've shaved, because in the video
Yes,
you're in a beard.
I am. Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir.
you're also in a white shirt.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. And when you arrived at the scene, I think one of the first things that you did was, and you talked about the gloves, you told everybody they need to be gloved up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because as you're taking command of the situation and making sure that the scene isn't contaminated, things of that nature,
Right.
correct?
Right.
The next thing I noticed you went in, and that was, you said something to the officers about clearing the house. Do you remember that?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
I don't recall that particular portion. I do remember them going through and clearing the house, or I may have asked Deputy Lewis if they had cleared the house. I remember there's something close to that. Yes, sir.
Because in the video that we've already seen, okay, and that was the officer, I think it's Lewis, who had showed up first, and when he comes on the scene, or when you come on the scene, it shows you and you're taking the pictures, just like what you described.
Yes, sir.
You started going around the house and
Right.
taking the pictures, and then you get inside, and you made mention to the officer, had it been cleared, and then it was
Okay.
like, it may not have been cleared, but y'all need to clear it. Do
Okay.
you remember that?
I don't recall that. No, sir.
Now, it also, there was another individual that showed up, and he was in a blue shirt, okay? And I think that's Officer or Investigator Cotton.
Did he have glasses on?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you made mention to Cotton that this was his case, and you were there
Right.
to assist him.
Correct.
Because you would not be the main investigator on this case. You're sort of an assistant investigator, is what I gather.
Correct. So on this particular night, he was the after-hours investigator on call, and so any incidents or what have you that the sheriff's office that required an investigator from the sheriff's office to respond to a scene or handle any of those kinds of things, we usually go on call about. It depends on people's vacations and time off and stuff like that, but relatively about every 9 to 11 days, we will rotate on and off that particular call schedule. This happened to be his particular night on call, so the duty as the primary investigator was his. I was simply there to, for lack of a better term, accommodate him, assist him, do whatever I could to make his job as the primary investigator just a little bit easier.
And the whole thing of you being an investigator and going to the schools and processing the scene the way you do is to make sure that you're coming up with the correct information.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And I want to say you talked, one of the things you talked about was, I'm going to make sure. It was the journal, I guess the crime scene journal. Or what did you call it when the people coming in and out of the house?
It's a crime scene log.
Crime scene
Yes,
log.
sir. Yes, sir.
And in the video, it shows you, and I think it was Deputy Rayburn. You told him to start marking, who's coming in, who's coming out of the scene, things of that nature. And he had a little memo book. It looked like some sort of notebook, and he was writing down who was present, what they were doing, things of that nature. And it looked like whenever somebody was going in, he was writing it down. Would that have been his job?
I remember getting on scene and then going back to my car, and I'm recalling this not only from my report but also from Deputy Lewis's body camera. I get a crime scene log out of the back of my Expedition, and I give it to him, and that was his duty at that point in time. If he had delegated it, he did delegate it off to Deputy Rayburn. But you're correct in that. I essentially gave him that responsibility.
Right. And what happens is you have a whole bunch of stuff that's going on right. and you're telling this person to do this.
Yes, sir.
And because I think you were doing, because you got gloved up. I mean,
Correct.
The video shows
Correct.
you getting gloved
Correct.
up, and you did that before you went in the house. So you're okay
Correct.
outside when you're taking the pictures,
Correct.
and you put the gloves on, went inside.
Yes, sir.
Were you the only person that took photos?
I believe so. Yes, sir. I think, if I recall correctly, Investigator Cotton brought his camera inside the residence. Never used it, if I recall correctly. If there may have been times where we wanted to capture a particular piece of evidence using different angles of lighting, oblique lighting, so to speak. And so I may have handed the camera off to him, or Captain Fred Lovett eventually arrived on scene. I may have given it to him in order for a piece of evidence to be held under direct lighting, oblique lighting, or some other kind of a facet of lighting in order to capture it properly, so to speak. But yes, sir, my camera was the only one used as far as I'm aware.
And what have you reviewed? Okay, I know you're not the main investigator on this case.
Yes, sir.
But and it's Cotton who is the main investigator. But when you were assisted him,
Yes,
did
sir.
you review all the evidence also?
By review, what do you mean by that?
Well, okay. Did you? I know you met with some of the witnesses. You interviewed some of the witnesses.
Correct. Yes, sir.
The ones that you did not interview, for the most part, did you review what they said or did or anything, or did you review or did you interview all of them?
No, sir, I did not. I'm trying to recall it correctly now. After our last interview, the more specific detail interview that we did with Miss Wafer, and I may have actually notated this at the end of my report. That was essentially my last task or my last involvement, what have you, in this particular investigation. A lot of my duties were relegated to the crime scene itself, and then I did pick up do some additional assistance with Investigator Cotton with regard to the interview with Brooke Wafer, the recanvassing of the neighborhood and things like that.
And so, once you processed and this is one thing I noticed in the video, it has you talking about, I guess, where y'all going to be taking Carly. And you said you were in contact with, I think, the county court judge, and you were waiting to get clarification of which direction she needed to go. Is that correct?
That is correct. Although when Miss Gregg committed the firearm offenses, she committed a certifying offense, the interest of justice hearing would need to be held, so that way they could essentially handle that. So the youth court, county court judge, they maintain dual duty, so to speak. So they were contacted in order to gain some guidance as to what direction we needed to go. Put her in the ADC, the Adult Detention Center, or put her in the JDC, which is the Juvenile Detention Center there in Pelahatchie.
And that's why it was those conversations that you had her brought back to the scene.
Correct.
And my understanding from looking at the videos, what you were saying is that was happening because you didn't know exactly where she needs to go, and then once you got your marching orders, then you could tell your transport officer where she needs to be taken.
Essentially, yes. So the bringing Miss Gregg back to the scene was twofold. So we were essentially, like you said, waiting on the marching orders from Judge McDaniel as to whether or not he wanted her in ADC or JDC for that night, and then also to obtain the GSR from her hands.
And in that video, it shows, I guess, them doing the gunshot residue GSR test. It actually shows it on the video. Have you viewed that video?
I have viewed. I probably have, sir. I'll be honest with you. There are probably no less than 10 body camera videos associated with this case.
Yes.
So I've watched a fair amount. So I was there for the collection for the, I guess, the end portion of the GSR kit because I actually read Miss Gregg her verbal Miranda while she was at the vehicle. That's kind of how I know that Investigator Davis collected the GSR.
Gotcha. And where did you review? I guess is it Shack, Tony Shack?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's one of our deputies. Yes, sir.
Yes, and he's the person that found, I guess, Carly. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And then he brought her back to the scene.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so there was a time, I guess, where because they're all wearing the body cams, and you've seen this. If you've looked at his body cam, you see him turn his body cam off. Do you remember that?
I know that once our deputies, for instance, if our deputies are involved in a police activity, and an investigative activity or what have you, involved in some kind of law enforcement capacity or something like that, they will have them activated in order to properly, document, record how the scene is, any particular interactions they have with the public, any interactions they have with suspects and things along those lines. Of course, when they activate them, I believe the lag time is like 45 seconds or a minute where you don't have any audio, but at the end of the day, like, you still have the video, which is representative of kind of what's going on for that 1 minute. Now, once they get to, if they're going back to, for instance, if they're concluding that law enforcement activity and going back to shoot the breeze with some guys on their shift, or going to talk about the last traffic stop they made or something like that, they're no longer involved in that investigative activity, that law enforcement activities, that police activity, so they may deactivate them. And then if they're called back in, hey, look, can you come over here and hold this up, or can you perform this particular task, they may reactivate them, come back up, and then perform some task or something like that I need to have done. So there may be some on off depending on kind of what activities they're related in, what they're doing, and things like that.
Now, doesn't the Rankin County Sheriff Department have a policy that says that these body cams, as long as you're on a crime scene, are not to be turned off, correct?
I don't have the policy in front of me, so I can tell you that I can tell you that policy and procedure, we use that as a foundation on which to build our particular activities and what we do as law enforcement officers. Similarly to like the Bible, for instance. So like, I don't know my Bible word for word, letter for letter, but I use the moral principles and the things within it as a foundation on which to build my life. Am I perfect? No, but I use them as a foundation because essentially, like, you won't have every scenario and every type of circumstance in a policy and procedure manual. If you did, it'd be a mile tall.
Well, y'all, I mean, and it looks like y'all have, there's a policy and procedure manual that y'all come out for the years 2023 to 2024.
Okay.
And my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong,
okay,
y'all go through training every year to make sure that everything's up to date, you have a clear understanding of what you're supposed to do, and especially what you're supposed to do when you're having interaction with the public, correct?
Yes, sir. To your point, the sheriff's office, we provided like bias-based profiling and traffic stop related training to our civil rights training to our deputies this past year.
And I think what you were just saying a second ago is, I guess, real life is a little different than a manual. Is that correct? Is that sort of what I took?
That's a loose way of putting it, but I'll follow you. Yes, sir.
Okay. But my understanding, and tell me if this is your understanding.
Okay.
If you're having direct interaction with a defendant that's in custody,
okay,
there's no reason why a body cam should be turned off, correct?
I would follow you down. Yes, sir. I would agree with that.
Now, you reviewed Stack's body cam, correct?
I don't know if I've reviewed his specifically. The one that I do remember reviewing is Deputy Lewis's.
Mm-hmm. So, a second ago when you were saying there's a whole bunch of these and you reviewed just about all of these.
Yes, sir.
Now you don't think you did Stack.
Well, just about all of them is not all of them. Am I correct? I mean, at the end of the day, like, I don't know if I've reviewed his. If we show the video and I've seen it, I will more than happily tell you that I have seen it. But at the end of the day, I don't know that I have seen it.
If I showed you the video, would you be able to tell us if you've seen that or not?
Probably so. But the like I said, the one that I do remember studying prior to my appearance today is Deputy Lewis's, because he was the first officer on scene. He obtained a lot of information in pursuance to the initial investigation, which I was involved in, related to why we're here.
Yes, ma'am. Approach, Your Honor. Ma'am, please call, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Tyler, I know you talked to Heath Smiley. I guess you're the one who actually went to his house to retrieve the videos in this case. Is that correct?
No, sir.
It was Cotton?
Correct.
Okay, because my understanding is, and maybe there may be different times when people went to the house, so you'll have to maybe clarify that a little bit with me.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You were testifying that you went to the house.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, you brought, it sounded like 2 other officers with
Correct.
you so that they would have the body cam.
Correct.
And you went in and at that time you were saying the reason why you do that is so that anytime you're interacting with public, you want to protect yourself but also the public.
Correct.
And my understanding is that you were the person who, I guess, retrieved this, I want to say SIM card or whatever kind.
I follow you. I believe it's like an SD card.
SD card.
Right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And my understanding was, okay, is what happened, the SD card was retrieved by Cotton, taken to the sheriff's department. Y'all looked at it there and found that it didn't have anything on it, and then you went back. Is that what you did?
That is exactly correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
the second visit, dealing with this SD card,
Correct.
is when
Correct.
you went to the house.
That is correct. That is
Okay.
correct.
And so, and at this point, my understanding is Mr. Smiley has been cooperative with you the entire time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you go back, were you just looking for the SD card, or were you looking for other things at that time?
When I went back and talked to Mr. Smiley, essentially what I was trying to figure out was where all the videos from the 19th were, like what had happened to them. The folder, the system had created a folder for videos for the 19th, but the folder was empty. It contained nothing, and so that seemed to lead me to believe that there had been videos that had been moved, or that videos had been deleted, or something along those lines. That is the purpose in going back and talking to Mr. Smiley. During the course of that interaction with him, we figured out, like I was explaining earlier, that he essentially was not familiar with an Apple product, and that whenever he clicked on the videos or selected the videos, there's a cut, I guess an Apple product does a cut and paste and not a copy and paste like a Microsoft product does. And it seemed like a very innocent mistake or something along those lines. And so we were able to recover the videos for the 19th and then subsequently provide those. But at the end of the day, I wanted him to understand that, you don't have to do anything. Like if you find a piece of evidence or you think something may be pertinent to our investigation, you don't have to do anything with it. Just let us know. We'll come collect it. We'll come do whatever we have to with it. So that way the inference isn't being made, he's destroying evidence. He's tampering with evidence. He's doing this. He's doing that. So.
And I just want to make sure for the record here, at no time was he ever like a suspect in this case at all, correct?
If he had told us that, well, yeah, I deleted those videos, or I don't know what happened to them, or something like that, yes, sir, he would have become a suspect.
Right, but at no time, he didn't do that, and then
Correct.
you found out what happened. And I
Correct.
think, so at no time is he ever a suspect.
Was he officially labeled as a suspect? No, sir. Was the purpose in having that interview with him to figure out whether or not he was one? Yes. Yes. Because, like I said a second ago, if we had been able to determine that he tampered with evidence or destroyed evidence, we would have a problem. That would be a significant misstep, and then he would be a suspect in this case, or he would have been an additional suspect, so to speak.
Now, and I guess I'm trying to get my mind wrapped around it.
Okay.
He called you to say, hey, I found this, correct?
No, sir. He called Investigator Cotton.
Well, when I say y'all, the sheriff department.
Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't call you. Did he ever have your number? Probably didn't. He probably had Cotton's.
I don't recall if he did. And in all honesty, Mr. Camp, I may have given him a business card or given Miss Smiley's family a business card that had my phone number on it. If they needed anything from us or anything along those lines, I may have given them a business card that had that number on it. I don't recall if he ever used it.
And so he didn't call you. He called Cotton to say, I have found I have this SD card that has some videos on it that y'all need to have. Is that
Correct.
basically what occurs?
Yes, sir.
Then Cotton goes and gets it.
Yes, sir.
Then Cotton brings it back to, because he didn't look at it, I guess, at Mr. Smiley's place, correct?
That's correct. We needed the card reader for that.
Okay, so then he comes back to Sheriff Department and you open it and there's nothing for the 19th.
Correct.
Okay. And so then y'all are like, we got to check and see why there's nothing for the 19th.
Correct.
Because there's stuff for other days.
Correct.
But the day that is important that you've been told there's videos on the 19th, there's no videos.
That's correct.
Okay. And you do realize, I know you're saying that you were polite and you didn't insinuate anything. I think the testimony is he went and got an attorney because he was so scared. Or do you still think it was just a real good conversation, or it was there was nothing bad about your interaction?
I'll be honest with you, Mr. Camp. I don't know what his interpretation was of our interaction that day. I don't know. I don't know what the. I didn't interview him or talk with him after that particular date. I don't presume to understand like why he would obtain the services of an attorney. If he felt that he was in some legal jeopardy or maybe criminally culpable for the mishandling of that camera, he was never officially charged or anything along those lines.
And he wouldn't have. You didn't do anything to lead him to believe that he's going to get in trouble for calling y'all about that drive. What did he call it? The little card, SD card.
Can you ask me your question again?
There was nothing that he would be able to infer that you told him where he would be fearful that y'all were trying to prosecute him for calling y'all to give you evidence.
I don't believe there would be anything he can infer, but like I said a second ago, I don't presume to know what Mr. Smiley was thinking or what his motivations were in obtaining the services of that attorney. It's my understanding that even after he obtained the services of an attorney, I believe he was still cooperative.
And then did you, I guess, and you sat in for he was cooperative when he came in and sat and talked with you, correct?
He did not talk to me.
Oh, you weren't present for that interview, for Smiley's interview?
No, sir. After that particular date, I never, or I think I had one more interaction with Mr. Smiley whenever he signed a property release form, post forensic extraction of his phone and the return of that particular SD card. I believe that was my last interaction with Mr. Smiley.
And he said something about his driver's license, that y'all hadn't given him his driver's license back, and I don't know if you're aware of any of that at all.
I have no idea. No, sir, I don't know anything about that.
Now, there were some vape pen boxes
Yes,
that were found. Did you find those?
Yes, sir. So whenever we went into the master bedroom, they were in between that knitting bag, so to speak, and the back of that chair that was at the desk.
Okay, so those are those were hidden back someplace, sort of. You said they were behind. They were like behind a chair and by a knitting bag, so they're not like out and obvious.
I mean, if you looked at the chair, you could clearly see the tops of the boxes.
And this is in the master bedroom.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think it's in this stack here. Yeah. So when you're looking at the knitting bag here, you can see that these are purple, maroon, orange, and like a fuchsia color. So essentially, they're right here. So in between the knitting bag and the back of that chair.
And that room is the master bedroom.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you talked about some pictures of Ashley.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just want to make sure. You talked about that there were 3 gunshots.
Yes, sir.
And did you the night? I guess you were there on the 19th. The night of the 19th is when this happened.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're there.
Yes, sir.
And that's when it sounded like you were saying that you had determined that there were 3 gunshots at that time. Is that correct?
No, sir, not 3 gunshots at that particular time. On that particular evening, we could only corroborate 2. Through the course of the investigation, there were 3.
Okay, so somebody else gives you that information that there are 3. You didn't go and examine the body yourself and say there were 3 gunshots. It was, I guess, were you able to tell there were multiple that night, and then you found out subsequently there was another one? Is that sort of how it happened?
You asked me 2 different questions. Can you ask me again, and I'll answer them both.
Well, it sounded like that. The way your testimony came across to me, and it may
Okay.
not have been, you may not have intended this, but it sounded like that you sort of examined the body the night of the 19th,
Okay.
and made a determination that there were 3 gunshots.
Okay.
Now my understanding is you knew that there were 2 of them that night,
Correct.
and that they found a 3rd one later. Would that be correct?
Yes and no. So we knew there were 3 gunshots involved. After the recovery of the second camera from the kitchen, there were multiple videos from the date of March 19th, where Miss Gregg is clearly visible and depicted on that video. She walks. She exits that back door into the backyard from the kitchen area, dining area.
This is a video that's, I don't think has been entered into evidence yet. Are you aware of if it's in evidence?
I don't have a clue, no sir. So anyway, she exits into the backyard and then comes back in a little while later, walks in the direction of comes back in the back door, the dining room area right here, walks around down toward the master bedroom, comes back in where this camera is right here in this corner, and so it faces back this way, so it captures anybody walking past this living room wall. And so when she walks back past this way, her hands are behind her back. She's kind of peering around this I guess peninsula of a wall right here, peering around it, trying to see if there's anybody in there. And then she walks down this way, goes into her room. Well, prior to that, in the video, you can see Ashley Smiley down in this area of the house. Of course, her entrance into that room is out of frame. So you can see Carly walked down this way. Her hands are hidden behind her back. And she walks down into this room. You hear a total of 3 gunshots, or you hear 1 gunshot, who we suspect is Ashley Smiley screaming. And then you hear another gunshot, quiet, and then a 3rd gunshot. And then Miss Gregg walks back out of that area, comes and sits into the, this is probably one of the better photos, one of the better photos of it. So these chairs, there are actually 2 of these chairs posted around this corner of that bar. And so she essentially sits down in one of those chairs. Her hands are behind her because she can, I guess, knows that the camera's right there. But sets something hard and metallic, which would be similar to that to this revolver, on the metallic.
Now,
part of this chair right here.
Can you
Yes, sir.
see the revolver?
You cannot. No, you know, and I guess that's what I said. What would be similar to the sound if you set the revolver down on a hard metallic surface like this? It clangs, and then it looks like she picks up a phone.
And in fact, you never see her with a revolver at any time, correct?
That is correct. You never see her with the revolver. Her hands are always behind her back, as if she's trying to conceal something behind her back. But she, like I said, she sits down. You hear this metallic clang. She picks up the white phone that we determined was hers. This white one.
Trying not to jump in, but
yeah,
I want to know about the rooms, because you said the camera faces back away from, I guess, the wing of the house where all this took place.
Okay.
And there's 3 rooms, correct?
So there's a workout room. There's a guest bathroom. It's a bathroom that was essentially controlled and occupied by Carly Gregg. Her toothbrush, hairbrush, things like that were all found in there. There's a linen closet, and then of course there's her room. So the camera focuses right here, and then of course catches her whenever she's using her mom's cell phone to text Mr. Heath Smiley, which we later found out through that forensic extraction I was telling you about a second ago, that sent a text message to him, which kind of was the odd text message, like, "Hey, honey, what time are you coming home?" Something like that. And those are not pet names that they used, which kind of put him on suspicion that maybe something was awry. But nevertheless, like, she sends these text messages or communicates on her mother's phone, and then picks up the item that clanged in the chair, and then she walks back into her bedroom again, or toward her bedroom again.
And so when she walks towards the bedroom, you don't know, because the camera doesn't, I guess it doesn't face towards the bedroom, so you don't know where Ashley went to, because I think on the camera it shows Ashley going in and out a couple times. You don't know where Ashley was as far as what bedrooms, or there's even a bathroom back there. And you don't know which rooms that Carly was in, correct?
Based upon the on-scene investigation, I would deduce that Miss Smiley was in Carly's room at the time that the 3 shots were fired. Based upon the defect in the wall and the fact that...
We're saying, I guess we're talking about the video. As far as from the video, we know where the incident took place eventually.
Okay, I apologize. I thought you were asking me where Miss Smiley was in reference to the gunshots. I apologize.
Yeah, but you don't know. You can't see her go into any specific room at any time, correct?
The video does not show her going into any specific room. However, the foundational evidence that we collected either through the photographing of the scene, the identifying of defects and things along those lines in the
and it shows
room.
back eventually in the bedroom. Now,
Correct.
you talk about the other picture, which was I guess the boxes that we just talked about, the little vape boxes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
you do not see those in anybody's hands, correct?
So at a portion of the video, you can see Miss Smiley. She is essentially back in what we believe is Carly's room. She walks toward her own bedroom in the same path that Carly took, like after she brings the dogs back in the house. And she has something small in her hands, which we believe are these.
Well, that's not very small. That's a big flat. There's 4 of them, right?
Right. If you stack them together and you're holding them like this, you may not be able to see it, because I mean the camera's like from here to Mr. Levinson.
Okay, so you don't know if that's what she's even holding, correct?
Correct. The only thing I'm deducing is that it's small and that you can see an object that she's toting from Carly's room. Based upon the interviews we did with Brooke Wafer, she was using THC vapes and things along those lines, and then we find empty vape pen boxes in the master bedroom of Mr. and Mrs. Smiley.
Okay, and Brooke never identifies those whatsoever.
That is correct.
Okay. May I beg the court's indulgence for just a moment? May we approach, Your Honor? Yes. adjourn.
Ready, ready.
Investigator Brunel, you talked about a video. I'm going to stand over here so that I can see.
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about a video from inside the Smiley house that you've seen from March the 19th, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to view? There were multiple videos from the time that Ashley Smiley and Carly got home until the videos stopped. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have you had the opportunity to review each and every one of those?
Yes, ma'am. During the initial recovery, we watched a lot of them. Yes, ma'am. Because essentially they're not time stamped or anything. They're put into a folder, and so we had to go through the folders systematically to try and watch the videos and find the time stamps and figure out kind of what was going on in the actual scene itself, to figure out kind of where we needed to be and which videos were of evidentiary value.
When you viewed the videos, is there an actual timestamp on the videos?
Correct. It's in the bottom right-hand corner. Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, did you watch all of the videos from when Carly Gregg and Ashley Smiley walk into the house until the video camera shuts off?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
May we approach, John?
What has been purported to be the video from the kitchen will be admitted all purposes by stipulation without objection as S-46. We bring it, mark it.
Permission to publish this to the jury, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
May I watch when I see it, Your Honor, so you can see?
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, do I have permission so I can see to stand beside the jury judge? Thank you.
Mr. Camp, if counsel for the defendant wants to go over there, they can too. Oh, you have a screen. Okay, I apologize.
return the exhibit to the court reporter, please. You can stand down, but you're still under subpoena. You don't need to discuss your testimony with anyone. Yes, sir. While he's exiting the room, do any of the jurors need a restroom break before we have further witnesses? Anybody? All right. State may call its next witness.
State Health Investigator Zachary Cotton.
I apologize. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits. Let's have a seat until the jury exits. Y'all just knock and let me know when you're ready. All right, for those in the audience, one of the jurors signaled that they did need a restroom break. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. State, go on ahead and get your first witness. Get them on the front row, okay? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. All right, bring them in. All right, state may call its next witness.
State Health Investigator Zachary Cotton.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat. Adjust yourself up to the microphone. You don't have to speak directly into the microphone, but you speak so the gentleman on the back row there can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, you understand that you're now under oath and your answers to be sworn answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Investigator Cotton, if you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen.
Zachary Cotton. I'm an investigator at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department.
Investigator Cotton, how long have you been with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I started in April of 2015.
And tell us kind of work your way through, because did you start in dispatch?
The jail.
The jail.
Yes, ma'am. And I went to the academy in January of 2017.
And so you graduated from Law Enforcement Academy in 17, and then were you with the Sheriff's Department as a road deputy at that point?
I was a school resource officer at the beginning, and then in December of 2017, I transferred to patrol.
On March the 19th of 2024, what role were you in with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I was working in investigations.
Did you have the opportunity to be called out to 314 Ashton Way?
214, actually.
214.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. And where is that?
It's over there in Farmington Station, over there off of Farmington Boulevard, out in Brandon, Mississippi.
And what was your reason for going out to that location?
The Sheriff's Department received a call from a male that had stated that he had been shot by his stepdaughter and that his wife was found deceased inside the residence.
And what was your role when you arrived on the scene at that location?
When we initially got there, I, along with other parties on scene, made sure the residence was safe. Other investigators had made it on scene prior to my arrival and began taking pictures. While I was on scene, it was noted that a friend of the suspect or the defendant had been located in the area. I went outside and interviewed him whenever he was outside the residence.
And we heard from testimony from him yesterday. What, if anything, did you do after you spoke to the male friend that came that day?
His mother was there, explained to her that we would need his phone in order to make a forensic copy of the phone, due to him admitting that he had communicated with the defendant through his cellular device. Around the time that he was being interviewed, and I'm not sure the exact time, but it was informed that Miss Gregg was taken into custody. At that time, it was verified where to take her, whether or not the jail or to the youth detention center due to her age. It was decided to take her to the youth detention center out in Pelahatchie.
While on the scene, did you have interaction with Miss Gregg?
If I did, it was very brief. I don't recall.
Did you have an opportunity at the Sheriff's Department to do any sort of testing on Miss Gregg?
I did not. One of the other investigators, whenever she was arrested at the scene, was able to test her for gunshot residue and did initial photographs of her person.
Did anybody take any buccal swabs of Miss Gregg?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of when that happened?
It was approximately a week later. I obtained a search warrant for buccal swabs.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I've handed you one envelope. What do you recognize that to be?
It says it's a buccal swab of her left cheek and a buccal swab of Miss Gregg's right cheek.
And those are both of Carly Gregg, the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did those appear to be altered in any way?
No, ma'am. Other than they were taken to the crime lab.
If you would you turn them over? Are your initials on those?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean?
That I sealed it on that specific date.
Your Honor, we'd ask that these be marked as state's next exhibits.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, mark the left cheek as S47. And mark the right cheek as S48.
Investigator Cotton, excuse me, did you also close and seal evidence of swabs taken from the firearm used to kill Miss Smiley?
That was not me. I believe that was Investigator Burnell did that.
May I approach witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
If that's all right. I'm handing you 2 envelopes. If you could take a look at those, both front and back. What are those two envelopes?
They, this one says it's a swab taken off of the trigger of the firearm, and this other one says it's a swab from the hammer of the revolver.
And do those both bear your initials as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Indicating that you do know what those are?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that taken from the hammer and the trigger of the weapon used in this crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
S49 will be the swab of the hammer. S50 will be the swab of the trigger.
Investigator Cotton, we've heard from two other officers, a deputy and investigator that were involved in this case, and so I certainly don't want to rehash what they've talked about. We've gotten, I think, through the point where in the investigation where the crime scene was cleaned up, or processed, I'm sorry, the victim was taken out of the home, both the living and the deceased victim. At some point, did you have the opportunity to observe an autopsy on Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am. It was approximately a week later. I believe it was on March 26th at the Mississippi Crime Lab.
May I approach, Your Honor?
I'm handing you what's previously been marked as 41 and 42 for ID. If you could take a look.
These are both projectiles that were recovered from the body of Ashley Smiley, one of which was recovered from her brain and the other which was recovered from the back of her neck.
And were you present when the autopsy was performed and those projectiles were removed?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you also seal that evidence?
I believe the crime lab sealed that one due to them being the one that actually recovered the projectiles.
But you were present when they were recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
We'd ask that those be marked as an exhibit rather than ID at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted all purposes. Please hand them back to the court reporter. They mark 41 and 42 all purposes. All right, you may proceed.
Attended witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
Investigator Cotton, who all did you witness, or who all did you, I guess, interview in this case?
One of the parties that was interviewed was the friend that was over at the residence at the time Mr. Smiley was shot.
And her initials would be the BW, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then as well as the friend that was outside the residence that was located, whose initials are BG.
Okay.
I also spoke with parents of some of the other juveniles that Miss Gregg had attempted to contact on the date that this incident occurred, as well as Mr. Smiley.
Okay. And when you I guess, you were at this, you originally were the investigator who got the, I guess, a little SD drive, SD card, would that be correct?
The one that he provided to us went with the initial garage footage.
Yes.
Is that one? Yes, sir.
Okay, so, and you were at the scene that night, when this takes place on the 19th?
Yes, sir. I went to the residence for a short period of time.
And you helped with the investigation, and you're the lead investigator?
Yes, sir. Investigator Burnell helped me with it. Okay.
And so you gathered all the evidence and information that you could on the 19th.
Investigator Burnell did. I wasn't there for the processing of the scene. I had left to go back to the office.
Okay. And then what did you do when you got back to the office?
We have a drying chamber up there that we can secure clothes and other evidence in there that may either be saturated in blood or just water in general. Miss Gregg's clothes, whenever she was booked in, were brought up there and placed in this drying chamber to dry out.
Now, you're the person, I guess, who's in charge of gathering all the evidence for this case. Would that be correct?
I assisted with it. I had other investigators assist me with it as well.
Okay, but you're you're the main guy on this case, so everything sort of comes to you. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir. Eventually it would come back to me.
Okay. And so you see all the videos, you know everything that's out there concerning this case, right?
I would believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, I know at some point there's a video with I guess a deputy Stack?
Oh, Shaq?
Shaq, I'm sorry, Shaq. Are you aware of that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does Carly ask to see her mother on that video, doesn't she?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, I guess you interviewed Heath, is that correct?
Yes, sir, at a later date, not on the date that the incident occurred.
Okay. When you interview Heath, and this is, I guess it's a couple days after, is that correct?
I think it was approximately a week and a half. It was the very beginning of April.
Okay. And he comes and sits down, and had you gotten the SD card at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, because I noticed it said that you and it was you, his attorney, and himself, and he had gotten an attorney based upon whatever happens with this SD card, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you're asking him, sort of why this happens, or why this happened, because this was not normal for, somebody just to walk up and shoot their mother, correct? Especially if there's not a sort of a history or something, correct?
I may have. I don't remember the specific question, but I may have an interview.
Okay. And it's at that time where, and Heath doesn't really know, correct?
Correct.
And so the next thing that happens is y'all start talking about, yes, she was in treatment and they had switched her medication. And I don't think he could tell you what it was, but you just had a general conversation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that was the first time you learned that there may be psychological issues in this case. Now, we had just seen, there was a video, and I think it's a video you've been questioned about before, and it was, I guess it's the video, it's the camera that was found, not the little SD card, but the camera that was found in the refrigerator. You know what we're talking about with that camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you've been questioned about it, and you said you can't tell what Miss Smiley, what room she's in, correct?
You talking about Miss Ashley Smiley?
Yes, Ashley Smiley. Yes. You do not know what room she's in.
No, sir. I can't say for certain which room she's in.
Yes. And you can't tell anything that she was carrying or not carrying or anything. You were never able to identify that.
It's not. It's kind of the distance. It's not really discernible what exactly it is. She just had stuff in her hands at some points.
And I think your testimony would be from before is that you didn't see them fighting or doing anything that was out of the ordinary before this incident happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you checked with did you check with her friends at school and everything to see if there was anything there that had caused problems?
I spoke with the BW and BG. I know BG had mentioned that he had told Miss Smiley prior to them leaving school that day that he had informed her of a phone that she wasn't supposed to have because, to my understanding, she was in trouble already and had her actual phone taken away, and had told her about what he called weed pens that she had been using, and he said that he had told Miss Smiley that prior to her leaving school and going home with Miss Gregg.
And I think he also had told you he didn't see anyone like Miss Smiley mad or anything like that when he left Miss Smiley, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, I just a couple of questions. I was just wondering. Okay, BG he's a minor, correct? He's already testified.
Yes.
Okay, and you questioned him at the scene and also at the police station, or just at the scene?
No, sir, just at the scene.
Okay, and did you get his parents' permission to do that before you did it?
No, sir, he wasn't a suspect at the time, and his mother, right when I began speaking with him, actually walked up. I believe he had already called her.
Okay. At some point, had y'all told him, and he had communicated to his mother that y'all were just taking him home?
Objection or cause for speculation.
Overruled as to what he told me.
Yeah. Did you tell BG that y'all were just going to take him home?
I do not recall. I don't remember saying that to him. I'm not sure if other deputies did.
May I beg the court's indulgence for a moment, Your Honor? And I just want to be clear. I think you've already. It's sort of going back to that camera. You had said. I think you've already said that you couldn't tell if Ashley Smiley had been cleaning out a drawer like in the other room or something like that. You had no idea what she was doing, correct?
No, sir. She just appeared to be going over to that side of the residence where Miss Gregg's room was, and then coming out with items in her hand.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect examination.
May I approach her?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gary Cotton, I'm handing you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 36 and 37. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's depicted in that photograph on the floor, deceased?
Ashley Smiley.
And whose room was that, did you determine during your course of your investigation?
It was Carly Gregg's room.
And in the course of your investigation, were there also other signs that the shooting had occurred in that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am. I believe there was some blood spatter on the television that was in the room that was mounted on the wall, as well as there was a defect in the wall where one of the projectiles had gone.
Was there any evidence that any crime had occurred in the guest bedroom?
No, ma'am. Not that we found.
Based on your investigation, the murder of Ashley Smiley occurred in what bedroom?
In Miss Gregg's bedroom.
And who murdered her?
Miss Gregg.
And based off your investigation, who attempted to murder Heath Smiley?
Miss Gregg.
And based off your investigation, and we watched the video just a few moments ago, who's the last person that was alive in the house when the camera goes out?
Miss Gregg was.
Is it your understanding that she's the one that removed the camera?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused by the state.
So does your recall, Your Honor.
All right. You're free to stand down, but you must leave the courtroom and you must not discuss your testimony with anyone else, okay? Free to step down. While he exits, Mr. Bailiff, would you hand the exhibits to the court reporter? State may call its next witness.
The state calls David Whitehead.
David Whitehead. While he's entering, do you wish to go ahead and grab the exhibits that you're going to need?
Yes, sir.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Have a seat. Adjust yourself up to the microphone. You don't have to talk directly into the microphone, but I need you to speak loud enough that the gentleman up there on the back row, far back row, can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're now under oath and your answers are sworn answers subject to penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Talk to the ladies and gentlemen.
David Whitehead.
And David, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory in Pearl, Mississippi.
And you're our first witness from the crime lab today, the forensics laboratory. So could you explain for the ladies and gentlemen what you guys do over there?
We provide forensic examinations to law enforcement agencies in the state of Mississippi.
And what is your position at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I'm a forensic scientist as well as the section chief of the trace evidence section, the supervisor.
And what exactly does a section chief of trace evidence do?
We do items of trace evidence, gunshot residue, hair, fibers, paints, glass, fire debris. We have probably $1.5 million worth of analytical equipment, as well as I'm the supervisor of that section responsible for the technical aspects of the trace evidence section.
And how long have you been employed there with the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I've been with the laboratory since January of '94, so a little over 30 years.
Do you have any previous experience testifying as a forensic scientist and with a subspecialty of trace evidence?
Yes, ma'am. I've testified probably north of 400 times in circuit court in Mississippi, circuit court in Louisiana, as well as federal court in the state of Mississippi. As a matter of fact, I've testified here on several occasions.
And if you could give the ladies and gentlemen just a kind of background on what education you have and kind of how you got to be in this role.
Yes, ma'am. I hold degrees in chemistry and forensic science from the University of Mississippi. I've attended numerous schools and seminars over the years. I've been to the FBI Academy in Quantico, several different classes. I've been to McCrone Research Institute in Chicago. I'm certified by the American Board of Criminalistics after passing the national certification test in 1998. So my certification is in comprehensive criminalistics. I'm also a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the Southern Association of Forensic Scientists, and the American Society of Trace Evidence Examiners. And of course, our laboratory is an accredited laboratory. We're accredited by the organization called ANAB.
Your Honor, at this time we would move to have this witness tendered as an expert as a forensic scientist with a specialty in trace evidence.
You wish the board no objection to him witness or an expert witness.
Without objection, he'll be admitted as an expert witness in the field of forensic science with specialty in trace evidence. You may proceed.
Mr. Whitehead, if you could explain to us exactly what trace evidence is.
Trace evidence deals with small items of evidence, trace amounts. We analyze such things as I previously stated, hairs, textile fibers, paints, glass, gunshot residue, and in addition to that, fire debris type evidence where we're looking at charred debris for ignitables. We do a lot of comparison work where we're comparing unknown samples to known samples. But probably our biggest caseload is gunshot residue examinations. We probably get about 400 or 500 of those cases in a year. And our second most caseload is going to be fire debris.
And what is gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue is produced when a weapon is discharged, and what will happen is you'll get gases escaping any opening in the weapon. We're specifically looking for primer residue, which comes from the primer cup. So when the firing pin strikes and the weapon strikes the ammunition, the primer cup, it ignites those components. That ignites the gunpowder, which is what propels a projectile out the end of the barrel. You'll get these gases escaping any opening in the barrel. When it hits the cooler air outside the weapon, it'll condense into particles. These particles are microscopic in size. They contain lead, barium, and antimony, and they will have a spherical morphology.
And what type of testing, or can you describe for us how you test for gunshot residue?
We utilize what is called a scanning electron microscope with an energy dispersive X-ray analyzer. That's a fancy name for a large microscope that analyzes these tiny particles. Since they're about a micron in diameter, you have to have a pretty powerful instrument to look for these. The microscope actually visualizes the particles. The X-ray detector actually tells us the composition of those particles. And again, we're looking for lead, barium, and antimony particles. Those are what are produced from primer residue.
And I want to take just a step back. You mentioned earlier that the lab is accredited. Do you also undergo like performance testings on the machinery that you use?
We're accredited every 4 years, so every 4 years a team comes in and inspects all aspects of the organization, as well as we're proficiency tested every year. So every year we complete proficiency tests that are outside proficiency tests, and we to look for things like gunshot residue or the other disciplines.
And for people that are not familiar with those proficiency tests, is that like I would do my research or my testing, I would submit my report, and an outside agency would then review everything and make sure that that was proper?
Sort of like that. What we do is the outside agency will produce the proficiency tests. They have an expected outcome of those tests, and the report will be issued after the report is published on what that proficiency test is. So there is an expected answer to those tests.
Excuse me for speaking of you, back in March of 2024 through currently, was your proficiency testing at the crime lab and you're specifically up to date?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I just completed a GSR proficiency test.
Mr. Whitehead, did you have the opportunity to work on Mississippi Crime Lab case number 24003-524?
I did.
And who was the suspect in that case?
The suspect was listed as being a Carly Greggs.
And the work and the testing that you did on that case, was that also reviewed by anyone else?
It was. All of our casework is reviewed by a second examiner, and that particular examiner in this case was Jacob Birchfield.
And did he agree with the results of your findings?
He did.
What evidence did you review or did you receive in order to do your testing?
I received a gunshot residue evidence collection kit labeled as coming from Carly Gregg.
Permission to approach witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I handed you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 43. Have you seen that item before?
I have. This is the gunshot residue evidence collection kit. I can identify it by the crime lab case number, submission number on the barcode that was placed there by an evidence tech when it was received into the laboratory. I can also identify it by the green evidence seal that I placed after the analysis was complete with my initials and date across that seal.
And being that that is still sealed, does that appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you closed it?
It does.
And for what purpose did you review that piece of evidence?
This item of evidence was analyzed for the presence of gunshot residue.
And did you perform that testing to see if there was gunshot residue present? Did you prepare a report with your findings in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? Is that an accurate copy of your report?
Yes, ma'am. This is a copy of the certified report that I issued in this particular case.
And that contains your findings?
It does.
And it bears your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that this be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted S51, all purposes.
If you would, Mr. Whitehead, if you could explain, I know you've talked about what gunshot residue is and that you tested that particular kit. If you could just walk us through the testing on this particular item and what your findings were.
Yes, ma'am. This particular kit contained 2 adhesive tape lifts labeled right hand and left hand. The adhesive tape lifts, the idea is if there's any residue on the surface of a person's hands, it will be picked up by the adhesive tape lift. Those samples were then placed into the scanning electron microscope and analyzed for the presence of gunshot residue, and I reported out the results of that analysis.
And what were the results in this case?
Particles of gunshot residue were positively identified on the right hand, labeled as coming from Carly Gregg's, and the left hand, labeled as coming from Carly Gregg's.
And based on your training and experience, is the results rendered reliable?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be finally excused by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go, Ms. Morris. The state may call its next witness.
Second one's Nathan Hawley.
Nathan Hawley.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Have a seat. Adjust yourself up to the microphone. You don't have to speak directly into the microphone, but you need to speak so that gentleman on the back row can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you're now under oath and your answers to be sworn answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Your Honor, I'm just gonna try to exhibits quickly before we start.
If you would, introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Sure. My name is Nathan Holly. The last name is Holly.
And Nathan, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory in Pearl, Mississippi.
Nathan, what do you do there at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
So I'm a forensic biologist specializing in DNA analysis.
And does that require any type of specialized training?
Training that I have is from the forensics laboratory.
What about your educational background? Could you tell us what that is?
Sure. I have a bachelor's in biology with a minor in chemistry from the University of Southern Mississippi.
And how long have you been employed? I'm sorry, you might have already said that. How long have you been employed with the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
17 years next month.
And have you been doing DNA evidence and testing that entire time?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any prior experience testifying as a forensic scientist specializing in DNA evidence?
Yes, I do.
How many times would you estimate that you've been certified as an expert?
Approximately 27.
Your Honor, at this point, we would tender the expert, this witness is an expert in forensic science and DNA analysis.
Any of you
No objection. All right, he'll be admitted without objection as an expert, as a forensic scientist, as an expert in the area of forensic science, particularly DNA analysis. You may proceed.
Mr. Holly, if you could tell us, for those of us that are not science people, what DNA is.
Sure. So DNA first stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's a molecule that's found within the cells of the human body. And what DNA does is it tells the body how to build cells and also how to function and work those cells properly. A person gets their DNA half from their mom and half from their dad, and it's that combination of those two separate DNAs that gives everybody, except for identical twins, a unique DNA profile.
And when you do DNA testing, what are we talking about? What's done with our DNA?
Sure. So with the DNA testing, I'm looking at certain locations on that DNA molecule, and there are forensic tests that can determine what a person's DNA looks like at those locations. And I basically take items of evidence and I do the DNA process on those, and then I take reference samples or known samples, and then I compare those two DNA profiles to determine whether or not that person's DNA is there.
And a known sample would be like if a swab was taken from my mouth, we would know that that was my sample. Is that right?
Right. It's a known or reference.
And then an unknown sample would be something that you would collect or that law enforcement would collect on a piece of evidence and send that to you.
That's correct.
We just heard from Mr. Whitehead that the entire forensics laboratory, of course, is accredited. Is the DNA section of the laboratory also, does that fall under the accreditation?
Yes, it does.
And do you follow proper protocol there?
Yes, we do.
Have you personally provided or undergone any proficiency testing?
Yes.
If you could explain that to the ladies and gentlemen.
For DNA, we're proficiency tested twice a year, and it's from an outside company. And basically, it is for us to demonstrate that we are capable to do the DNA process or our job. And so there's a correct answer for that, and they double check us on that.
And your proficiency is up to date?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to work on a case? It's Mississippi Forensics Laboratory case number 24-003524.
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes? Yes, I did.
Mayor Perks, in performing that work, did you actually did you render a report?
Yes, I did.
Mayor Perks, Wittenshire.
Your Honor, we're not going to have an objection to the document.
I'll go ahead and ask that it be marked business and statements exhibit.
Without objection, it'll be marked S52.
Mr. Holly, before you can do any testing there at the crime lab, you have to receive certain pieces of evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'll put these all out in front of you. I'm handing you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 47, 48, 49, and 50. If you could, starting with number 47, tell me what that is and how you know what that is.
So this is it is a buccal swab of Carly Gregg's left cheek, and it is, I can identify it from the crime lab barcode, which has the case number and submission number on it.
And did you, is there also a buccal swab of her right cheek?
Yes,
And did you rely on that evidence in your testing in this case?
I did.
I also handed you another item. Looks like 2 additional swabs. Could you tell us what those were from?
So one is a swab from a hammer of a Taurus revolver. And once again, I can identify it by the crime lab barcode that has a case number and submission number, as well as the evidence tape with my date and initial on it. And then the other one is a swab taken off of a trigger of the firearm.
In performing DNA testing, do you actually have to, well, can you describe for us, like you take an extract from something?
Yes. So the DNA process starts with extraction. And what I'm doing during the extraction is I'm actually removing the cells off of whatever substrate they're on, whether it's a swab or a cutting. And I'm lysing open that cell and getting rid of all the other cellular components except for the DNA. So the only thing that I'm left with is that isolated DNA.
Did you do that in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Permission to correct you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the item that I've just handed you?
Yes.
And what are those?
So these would be the DNA extracts from my extractions on the items of evidence.
And there's 4 total, but I just want to talk about, is there one for the swab from the trigger and then one from the swab of the hammer of a firearm?
Yes, there are.
Your Honor, we'd ask that that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection,
All right, we'll do hand the trigger extract to the court reporter. That'll be S53. Are both extracts in the same envelope?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then just mark the one envelope S53. Is there a second envelope?
I can take the other one back, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Hawley, the report that you prepared, did someone else review that work that you had done?
Yes, they did.
And did they agree with your findings?
Yes, they did.
And if you could tell us about the 2 items, I think I misspoke earlier in this case when I said that there was a DNA match on the hammer. Could you tell us what your findings were with regards to the hammer, the swab from the hammer on the Taurus gun?
Due to an insufficient amount of genetic information, no comparable results were obtained for the swab from hammer.
What about for the trigger of the Taurus firearm?
The DNA test results for the swab from trigger produced a partial profile which is consistent with the reference sample of the suspect. Therefore, Carly Gregg is not excluded as a possible DNA donor to this sample. Ashley Smiley is excluded as a possible DNA donor to this sample.
So explain that, because when I first read one of these reports, I was like, what does that mean, not excluded? In layman's term, I'd say that's them. But in scientific terms, you have to say that they can't be ruled out, right?
Right. So in this case, the DNA that is there, it does match to Carly Gregg's DNA.
Is there a quantification? Do you put a certain number, like 1 in so many people, that DNA belongs to?
So anytime there is a match made, we do give a status statement, and I can read that one and then explain it to you. For the 8 markers compared, the genetic profile for the DNA donor of the swab from trigger occurs with a frequency of approximately one in greater than 10 billion random unrelated persons of the Caucasian, African American, and the Hispanic population. And so that stat is supposed to give weight to how common or how rare you would expect that profile. And in this case, it would be a rare profile.
And as I understand it, the 1 in 10 billion, 10 billion is actually just the forensic laboratory's cutoff. You got to stop it at a certain point.
That's right. Once the numbers get so big, it's hard to understand. We usually cap it at above the world population, which is, last time I checked, around 8 billion. So we cap it at 10 billion.
And to be clear, your report excludes Ashley Smiley as a DNA donor on the trigger of the gun.
That's correct.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Ryan.
Cross-examination.
No questions from the judge, sir.
May this witness be finally released by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense?
Yes, sir.
You're free to go. Please leave your exhibits up there. The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Felicia McIntyre.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. Adjust yourself up to the microphone. You don't have to speak directly, and the microphone speaks to the gentleman on the back row and hear you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you're now under oath and your answers are sworn answers subject to penalty of perjury?
I do.
Statement begins questioning Ms. Wood.
Ms. McIntyre, if you would introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Miss Felicia McIntyre, first name F-E-L-I-C-I-A, last name M-C-I-N-T-I-R-E.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory located in Pearl.
And what are your duties there, or sorry, what is your position there at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I'm the section chief over the firearm and tool mark unit.
And what are your duties as the section chief of the Firearms and Tool Mark Division?
As the section chief, I oversee the administrative and personnel matters within our division, but also act as a forensic scientist specializing in firearm and tool mark identification, which allows me to compare bullets, cartridge cases, or other ammunition components to see if they were fired in a particular firearm.
And how long have you been employed with the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
Since November of 2008.
Do you have any previous experience as a forensic scientist specializing in firearms and tool mark examination?
I was trained with the Indiana State Police beginning in 2005.
Would you give the jury your educational background?
Yes. I earned a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science from Eastern Kentucky University.
And have you completed any specialized training in forensic science and firearms and tool marks?
Yes. When employed with the Indiana State Police, I completed a 2-year apprenticeship-style training program, which included lots of literature references, touring of various firearm and ammunition manufacturing facilities, supervised casework, mock and written exams, and then I continue to travel annually to different seminars and to maintain certification.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness as a forensic scientist in firearms and tool marks?
I have.
How many times would you estimate that?
Near 100 at this point.
Your Honor, at this time we'd move to have this witness tendered as an expert in forensic science and firearms and tool marks.
No objection.
Without objection, shall be admitted as an expert in the area of firearms and tool marks. Firearms and tool marks and tool mark identification. You can proceed.
Ms. McIntyre, if you could kind of talk to us about what ballistics are.
The field of firearms examination has as its main concern to determine if a bullet or cartridge case was fired in a particular firearm. We're able to do that through class and individual characteristics. More specifically, when a gun is manufactured, some features of that firearm are determined by that manufacturer. Those are considered class characteristics. The caliber, The way that the firearm is rifled, so the number of lancing grooves that are put inside that barrel, those are put there to help impart spin on the bullet, but those are determined by that manufacturer. Incidental to that manufacturing process, individual marks are left behind. So those are things that happen as a result of the machining processes or use and abuse over time that cannot be determined by the manufacturer. And those marks are unique to a particular firearm. I'm looking for both those class and individual marks on a microscope when I'm comparing these items. So I'm looking at a comparison microscope, which is just two regular stereo microscopes joined by an optical bridge, so I can see two different items through one field of view. So in a case matter, we'll be looking for those class and individual marks on unknown items versus items I know were test fired from a particular firearm.
When you talk about test firing, where do you get the items that you use to conduct test firing?
When a firearm is submitted to the laboratory, I will generate those knowns. So I'm making test fires. I'm getting reference ammunition that we have at the laboratory that has been purchased, and I'm firing it in the gun that has been submitted for testing. I do that in a water tank. That's literally just a 12-foot deep tank of water that allows me to discharge the firearm. Those individual marks are placed on it, and they're not affected at all by the water, so I can retrieve it to have intact knowns to compare to my unknowns.
And I want to take a step back. We spoke with two experts previously about proficiency testing, and I want to make sure that you two, Ms. McIntyre, have performed and essentially passed your proficiency testing.
Yes, the firearms unit also completes annual proficiency testing, which I have taken and passed this year.
Did you have the opportunity to be involved in crime lab number 24-003524?
I did.
And who was the suspect in that case?
Suspect is listed as a Carly Gregg, spelled C-A-R-L-Y, last name G-R-E-G-G.
And the testing that you performed, was that reviewed by anyone there at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
Yes, it was.
And do they agree with your results?
They did.
In preparation, or at the conclusion of your testing, did you prepare a report with your findings?
I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Ms. McIntyre, what I've handed you, does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of the report that you prepared in this particular case?
Yes, it does.
You mentioned that you use test firing ammo. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm sorry, may I have that moved as state's next exhibit before I move on?
Any objection to the report?
No objection.
Objection. The report will be admitted as S-53 without objection.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm handing you what's been marked, or has not been marked. Could you tell me what that is, please?
Yes, for the record, I've been handed a test fire envelope that bears crime laboratory number 24-003524. I recognize this envelope as it bears the crime laboratory barcode with the case number and submission number. My initials are placed upon it when I created it, as well as a tape seal of my date and initials when I completed my examination of these items.
And does that appear to be in a unaltered form since you sealed that envelope?
Yes, the seals are still intact.
Your Honor, we'd ask that that be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted S-54. 55. Sorry, S-55.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I've handed you two items that have been previously marked as S1, S41 and S42. Do you recognize both of those items as well?
I do.
And what are those?
State's Exhibit 41 is Crime Laboratory Submission 5 in the above mentioned case. This is a sealed plastic bag containing a manila envelope labeled bullet from brain. State's Exhibit 42 is Crime Laboratory Submission 4. I recognize my markings on this item as well. It is a sealed plastic bag containing a manila envelope labeled bullet from back of neck.
One other item, Your Honor.
Also handing you what's previously been marked as S40. You would take a look at that and tell me if you can identify that.
State's Exhibit 40 is Crime Laboratory Submission 6. I recognize the markings on the box here. This particular box contains one Taurus revolver. I also recognize my inscription and the serial number that are on this revolver within the box.
Ms. McIntyre, we've talked about the bullet removed from Ashley Smiley's neck. The projectile. The one removed from her brain. The .357 Taurus, and then the test fires that you used. Was there any other evidence that you relied upon in rendering your opinions in this particular case?
No, ma'am.
And were you able to, can you walk us through what testing specifically was done on these items?
Yes, ma'am. When I received the firearm, I worked up a general worksheet documenting those class characteristics that we spoke about. I then used the reference ammunition we discussed, test fired this particular firearm into the water tank, thus generating the test fires here in State's Exhibit 55. I then took the test fires in State's Exhibit 55 and compared those on a comparison microscope to both the projectile in State's Exhibit 41 and the projectile in State's Exhibit 42 to arrive at my conclusions about whether or not they originated from State's Exhibit 40.
And what was your conclusion?
The projectiles in State's Exhibit 41 and 42 were fired in the gun in State's Exhibit 40.
And based on your training and experience, do you consider the results that you did in this particular case to be reliable?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
May the witness be excused by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go.
Thanks.
Do you have any further witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Camp, can you approach? Y'all approach real quick. Having rested its case in chief, it's about 4:50 in the afternoon. I'm going to release you for the evening, but I'm going to remind you, you're not to talk about this case. You're not to watch any news accounts of this case. You're not to get on social media. Does everybody understand? All right, I'm going to need you back in the jury room tomorrow morning, 8:45, ready to go. All right? Everyone please remain seated while the jury exits. All right, the record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Motion by the defense.
Your Honor, at this time, we don't believe the state has made a prima facie case, and we've asked all the charges be dismissed.
Response.
Your Honor, the state believes that we've certainly met our burden beyond reasonable doubt that Carly Gregg is in fact the person who murdered Ashley Smiley, attempted to murder Keith Smiley, and the one that tampered with physical evidence by removing the security surveillance footage and hiding it in the refrigerator. We'd ask that that motion be denied.
Any further reply by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Motion for directed verdict must be viewed in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, which is the state of Mississippi. The court would state that based on the
evidence that's been produced, the state of Mississippi has made a prima facie case, and this case will go to the jury. All right. Anything further from the state for the evening?
Your Honor, we will likely have a motion in limine regarding the defendant's expert that I think we'd like to take up before he takes the stand tomorrow, just based off prior rulings from the court and things that he may or may not have considered.
All right. Why don't we do this last Friday?
Your Honor, I think that the court's ruling was that the witnesses were limited to testifying about the things that they had produced previously in discovery. Upon further review of his report, he mentions things that are outside of that. And so we're not necessarily requesting a Daubert hearing as to his ability to render testimony as a forensic psychiatrist, but in fact to limit the information that he may or may not be able to talk about.
All right, can we go on ahead and, can we take a 5-minute recess and then at least let the court hear this so I can think about it overnight? I don't like to make snap decisions if necessary.
Yes, sir.
All right, any objection to that by the defense?
I mean, no, Your Honor, this is the first we're hearing about this, so we have no idea what they're talking about.
Okay, well, that's why we should go on ahead and hear it now.
Yes, sir.
Let's do this. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Everybody can go to the restroom, then we'll meet right back here. I'd like to go on ahead and at least flesh this out as much as possible.
Thank
All right.
you.
We'll be in recess 5 minutes.